And we're live. We have sound now, too. Howdy, everybody. Hope everybody's having a good day. I guess we'll start with the hellos. Let's see, who was first in here? Look like CPKC Railroad. Good old friend Thomas. He gets the cookie. All right, Thomas. Good to see you here. And we got a lot of Thomases here. Hot Dog Pilot Andy. Andy, good to see you here. You got the half cookie. That's 2 weeks in a row you got the cookie. That's pretty good. All right. I had to go to the doctor today. So before y'all freak out, it's just my normal checkup every 3 months at the kidney doctor. Everything's good, so we'll see how things go in another 3 months, right? All right, Tom Grassi, good to see you here. Glad you're here. Let's see, who else here? Schuylkill River Valley. John, how's it going? Good to see you here. Dundas Junction Model Railroad. James, good to see you. Let's see who else we got. As we scroll and scroll and scroll. We're still scrolling. Hey, Curly Express. Dwight, how's it going? Good to see you here. Joe Rader, Black Rock Central Railroad. Good to see you, Joe. Glad things worked out good with those cement mixers. I probably should have put them in the curing station a little bit longer. I thought they'd be all right, so we'll see. But sometimes, you just throw them out in the sunlight for a few minutes and you're good to go. Is that everybody? That's everybody. Okay, good. Listen, before I go any further, I wanted to do a little tribute to Roy Smith. Many of you probably heard that he passed away on, I think it was August 14th, about a week ago. I don't know how many of you knew him or knew of him. He was real popular in the N-scale model layout. He had a nice layout down in Panama where he lived. So anyway, I just wanted to put this up and have a minute of silence in recognition of what a great guy he was. So here we go. All righty. Well, thanks again, guys. And as I said, Roy, you'll be missed. I didn't know him personally, but I did communicate with him through the email here and there. And he even posted some pictures of my layout back when I lived in Naples. So hats off to you, my friend, and hope you're in a better place. All right, guys. So let's get down to business here. We got a few people came in. Let's see who we got here. Train Man 1, Mickey. That's good to see you here. So though that's not everybody. I know you guys snuck in here, right? Zerudo Eastern Railfan Production, Zoe. How's it going, Zoe? Good to see you here. And who else might have snuck in? Thomas says, I miss Roy. He was a very good man. He was a huge fan of the Union Pacific Railroad. And I believe, yes, he was in N-scale. He had a nice layout. And it's a shame to lose a fellow modeler. But unfortunately, I think we'll all wind up there one day, hopefully not anytime soon. See you now, Lines. Curtis, how's it going? Good to see you here. Tom Grass said, yes, Roy Smith was a great guy to know. Yes, he was. So he says, I'm good. Well, that's good. Because, you know, if you weren't good, you'd be bad. Which, that might be good too. Who knows? Let's see what else we got here. Okay. Andy says, I got the tough half of the cookie, still masticating it. Here's a $10 word I haven't heard in a long time. Masticating. For all you people that don't know what that means, it means chewing. I haven't heard that word probably 30 years. Good one, though. All right, guys. So, let's see here. I tell you, I get a little emotional when somebody I know passes. I hate to see people leave, you know, even though they're in a better place, probably. Anyway, so, what are we going to talk about now? We got all kinds of stuff to talk about. Made a lot of progress here in the train room in the last week. Matter of fact, I'm going to show you some of it right now. Switch cameras. Now, you'll notice that there's lighting underneath the whole bottom of the second level. I put the LED strips in throughout the week. And it lights up now. I got different colors and everything. Oh, it's kind of hard to see the different colors. Unless, of course, I turn off lights. We could do that for a minute. There we go. Now you can see some lights better. We got green, we got blue, we got red. We got all kinds of different colors. Yellow. It's like a purplish. I usually have it on the white, which isn't really, it doesn't seem like it's white, but I guess it kind of is. But it makes a big difference on the layout. It was kind of a necessity to do that. That helps illuminate the underside of the second level there, you know, for the first level, because it get pretty dark. Once all the plywood's up, it's going to be really dark under there. So, like right over here, these first 16 foot, I've got the plywood down already. And without the lighting, turn it off a second. You see how dark it gets. So, it's kind of a necessity. So that was a big thing out of the way. I'm glad that's done. And if you'll see here on the front, I put up more of the fiberboard. So it's a lot cleaner looking now. Let me see if I can move my fat ass out of the way. There you go. It's a lot cleaner looking now, isn't it? And of course, but I've got the handle for the other side yet, but that's all almost operational. I got the tracks down on the top. And it's kind of hard to see. Let me switch cameras again. I'll try not to make anybody too dizzy. Whoa. You can see the track on the top there. And I've got the tracks ready to go in between there where that 1, 2, 3 block is. And what I was waiting on was this. I ordered the other day. I was all out of the track bed. This is the Woodland Scenics, the black rubberized stuff. So I'm going to need more of this anyway, so I figured I'd just buy a box. And so I can put it underneath that track over there. So we'll get that done probably in the next day or two. And hopefully next week we'll have trains running for the next show. That'll be a good thing, of course. Let's see here. Let's see what's going on here in the chat before I get too far behind. Zoe said Scott Bloomquist died too, Jim. He raced a dirt super late. Oh, okay. He's a dirt track racer. Cool. Yeah, everybody's dying these days. I tell you, a lot of it's just old age, and a lot of it's, those who were foolish enough to take that shot. You know which one we're talking about. I believe that's killing a lot of people off, especially the young ones. Great man says, disco, disco, disco. I get one of those disco balls on the top, right? Yeah, that ain't happening. Jake says, paint the plywood white before you install. Why? I mean, if there's a good reason for it, I'll do it, but I just don't understand. Is it for the reflectivity of the lighting? That would probably be the only thing that I can think of. Let me know in the chat. Lighting. Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Just the underside, right? Because I just got a couple of screws holding those two pieces down. So I'll just remove them and paint them white. Well, that's not a bad idea. Yeah, I guess it will increase the reflectivity of it. Good idea. And Thomas says, Jim, I have an antique 1870s narrow gauge railroad spike off of DSP&P. Is a narrow gauge spike different from a regular gauge? I have no idea. James says, yes, sir. Okay, that's cool. You can drop the sir. You're my elder. I think I should be calling you sir more than you call me one. No offense, So, anyway, I got all that done. Like I said, I got the tracks on. I still got to wire them yet, though. I got to run wires to this tip-up section because that track is dead. And once that's wired up, then I can actually get the road bed in over there. Then the trains will be able to run. Of course, I got to clean up things. Let me show you how much of a mess things really are. I mean, I'm not exaggerating in the least. Let's see here. Here's one shot. That's the left side of the bench. I mean, I've got stuff everywhere. I've got to go through and clean it all up and get it organized again. But when I'm doing this stuff, I don't really worry about, making a mess because the floor is a complete disaster. I've got sawdust, garbage, pieces of wood, all kinds of crap on the floor. Let's see, that was that one there. Here's another view from the mobile cam. You can see everything is it's just, except for the other side. The other side is very clean. And let's see here, we can show that one. That's the tunnel cam. I've got the tunnel flipped over right now so I get access to the hole behind there I got to do a permanent electric for the LEDs. I just got it over there hooked to an extension cord right now. Unfortunately, for some reason, the wall wart's got a wire about 2 foot long, going to the LED module. I don't know what the hell you're supposed to do with that, so I'm going to have to get like a 1 foot extension cord because there is an outlet under there. And so in order to plug it in, I'm going to have to get a 1 foot extension cord for it. Talk about stupid, right? Let's see here. Dwight says, wow, James, you want a bozo butt for having some good advice. Now, Dwight, be nice to James. It really is good advice. And I'm going to take that advice and run with it. Thomas says that the narrow gauge spike is the same length but a different size. Okay. That's different. Yeah, that's true, Joe. I gotta clean stuff up because you're right, I ain't running nothing. I got shit everywhere. Thomas says, plus the spike was forged in Colorado. Okay, that's weird. And James says, Dwight, what is that? And he says, I think it's a badge. Yeah, bozo button? Yeah, kind of. Dwight one says, James, you don't know who Bozo is? Yeah, Bozo the Clown? That was back from the 60s. I remember that. I say I remember him. Um, just don't get caught in the bow zone because that's where you're like caught in an area where you got to be completely stupid. It's called the bow zone. Don't get caught there. Let's see. Thomas is Bozo the Clown. Yeah, he knows. It's probably a little before your time, Thomas. But I said when I was a kid, I used to watch him on TV. Dwight says I wasn't saying it in a bad way. Probably not. James says, Thomas, I have a CN narrow gauge spike, same size as a standard spike. And Thomas says, complete idiot. I don't know who that is, but. And we got DWM Trains. Dave, how's it going? Good to see you here. That's true. Better late than never. You're not that late anyway, so I wouldn't worry about it. And he says, yay, Krusty. That's from the Simpsons, wasn't it? Krusty the Clown. I'm telling you, you guys are getting weirder by the minute. Dwight says, James, it was good advice. Of course it was. Especially if I listen to it, because you know what an idiot I can be. So if somebody gives me something good, I'm going to run with it, man. And that is really good advice because it should increase the reflectivity and the brightness of the LEDs. Tinfoil would actually be better, but that would be a real pain in the ass running tinfoil under there. But a gloss white would be fine. And even if I don't have it, I'll go pick up a quart of gloss white paint and just roll it on there and let it dry, and we're good to go. So, you got to do what you got to do. So he says, I have been tired all day today. That's not good. I was too, kind of. My blood pressure is actually lower than normal. Actually, they scaled back some of my meds that I've been taking forever, but I guess they're working overtime, and he says you need to cut your pills in half and take them that way. It's all right. So we'll see what happens. And he says I'm getting weirder by the day, says Jim. That's true, I am. And where did they go? Oh, you know what? I'm not even posting any of this stuff here. Only changed cameras here. There we go. Mickey says, Zoe, you should have done one of the greatest things in the world there is to do. Take a sweet, sweet nap. I find myself doing that more often than not, too. It happens. Tom says, Jim, that's why I painted my... Did you really? I wasn't aware of that. All right, so you see that? James, you didn't even give him that advice, I don't think, and he still is a great idea, so you're right on the mark with that. Very cool. Dwight says, I wouldn't never say anything bad to James. He is the president of the old park. Oh shit, Dwight, aren't you the president of the tuna club? That's bad. I couldn't help it. Sorry. So he says, I already took a nap and I still feel tired. All right, well, I don't know what to tell you. You're a little too young to drink, so that's out of the question. Slam a soda. Pepsi or Coke, man, that'll wake you right up. Let's see, Dwight, you're getting older every day. Wrong one, there we go. That's true. We all are. I'll be a member of the Old Farts Club next month. September 13th, I'll be 65. Imagine that, huh? James says, Dwight, you need a lawn chair. Possibly. And Dwight says, is your birthday next month, Dwight? What day? Oh, yours is in October. Okay. That's too much. Sort of. Andy says, ever heard a tuna fart? Me neither. I don't think they do. Only mammals fart. I don't think fish fart either. I'm pretty sure they don't anyway. Zoe says in Europe, well, yeah, in Europe everybody can drink. They don't have any age restrictions. And they really shouldn't here either, you know. Like I said, you know, when I was a kid, I was like, when I was like 6 or 7 years old, I used to go to my grandfather's house up in New Jersey. You know, he lived a few blocks away from us. But he was a deep sea fisherman, so he was gone a lot. But when he was home on those rare occasions, I'd go over to see him, and the first thing he'd do is, boy, come on over here and share a beer with me, you know. And we'd split a Valentine beer, you know, 6 years old, 7, I don't remember, 6 or 7. And back in those days, it wasn't a big deal. You do that today, somebody's going to jail. It ain't right, you know. Joe says, shit, I turned 75 in February. Well, you are definitely an older fart than the rest of us. Dwight says, mine is next month, no date, LOL. I thought you said it was October. Did I read that wrong? Oh, James said Dwight October, okay. Joe Rader, you are older than me. Yeah, well, Joe's older than most of us. That's a good thing, though, you know, because you know what the alternative is, right? Never bitch about your age, because the alternative really sucks, I would imagine. And he says the first flush of youth, Joe. Hey, okay. Dwight says, wow, Joe needs to be the president of the Old Heart Club. Oh, you're in October, James. Okay, that's cool. My dad's was October. Well, October 6th. You know, may he rest in peace. He passed in 2010 at the ripe old age of 91. So he says, I'm only six. Yeah, we know. You told us the other day. We haven't forgotten. I tell you, I don't know if I'd want to be 16 again, but I wouldn't mind being about 30 again. 30 was a good time in my life, you know. So I would gladly go back to that. Hey, Chuck Schreiber, how's it going? Good to see you. Chuck says, good evening, Jim, and all riding the Thursday night short line from scorching hot South Texas. Is it really 107 down there? Holy sh! That's not good. Better find an air-conditioned room to hang out in. I know that's what I'll be doing. Tom Grass says, I'll be 69 December 2nd of this year. That's your retirement, right? You're getting up there too, man. That's good. I hope I get to see, you know, 60s, 70s, maybe 80s and 90s. I hope anyway. So, I mean, really, I might be one of the younger ones here. Who knows? Other than Zoe, of course. All right, Zoe says in 5 months I'll be 17. That's cool. That was a good year to be too, you know, a good age. I got married at 17 to my first wife. Not because I had to either, but that's what we wanted to do. And she was actually older than me. She was 18 and I was 17. So, Dwight, we may have to silence you for a few minutes. Tom Grassi is the vice president. He could be. Hey, real artist, how's it going? He says he'll be 75 December 4th. There you go. Tom Grassi, Zoe. Oh, no, she should have got her driver's license already. Unless they change things. I mean, I got my learners at 15 and my permanent one at 16. And that was here in Florida. I don't know if it's different anywhere else, but Andy says perhaps a little speed to keep you moving. Now, be careful. Don't be getting her hooked on drugs. Joe says real artist 2 months older than me. Okay. Dwight says, and Thomas Grassi, you're still working. Yeah, he's still working. You gotta admire him. I mean, Me, I probably, well, I don't know. I never planned on retirement. I was going to work until I died. That was my plan. But unfortunately, at 47, I had the stroke, and well, that plan got altered significantly. So, but I really didn't plan on retiring anytime soon. I was going to work as long as I could, bring that money in. And I kind of feel a little cheated now because I'm making pennies compared to what I used to make, when I worked. James says Dwight will primary cleanup is aisle 6. There you go. Oh, no shit, Jersey. You can't start with a driver's license until you're 17. Wow, what a crock of shit that is. I feel privileged now I look back on it. I mean, I was actually driving at 12 years old. I got my first car at 12 years, a 55 Oldsmobile that a guy gave to me. It ran, so I drove it. I didn't have a tag or anything on it. The title was in my name because back in those days, you didn't need a driver's license to own a vehicle. Now you do. But like I said, things were like, but I drove it all over Naples. Nobody bothered me. So he says, I can't wait to drive. I will be making a lot of cranking on. That's right. You're from Jersey, aren't you, Zoe? I forgot about that. Yeah, that really sucks, man, that they make you wait till 17. That's bullshit. Oh, the fucking Democrats are running Jersey, so what do you expect, right? They want everything to be 18 and then 21. They want you to be 21 till you can drink, 21 till you can vote, you know, 21 till you can smoke a cigarette. And it's ridiculous. Dwight says, Zoe, get an EV bike and it's cheaper than a car. Yeah, but I don't know, man. Especially in Jersey. I don't know if I'd ride a bicycle in Jersey. I don't care if it's powered or not. And people are crazy up there driving wise. And I'll tell you what, even in the car, you better be alert and ready to step on the gas to get out of the way. Because it's kind of crazy up there. James's first car was 22. Well, damn, what the fuck? Mickey said I got my learner's permit at 15, and on my 16th birthday, I took the driver's test with the police officer. Passed, and yeah, same. Well, we didn't have a cop do it, but we had a driver's license officer do it. And I said when I turned 15, I got my learner's. And even though I wasn't supposed to be driving alone, I was driving back and forth to school, my dad's station wagon. Nobody ever bothered me about it, so. But the minute I turned 16, boom, I was down there, aced my test, and that's a funny story, actually. I went to take the test. Now, I went to driver's ed when I was when I was 15 years old. And you're supposed to get 10% off on your insurance if you pass driver's ed. Well, I failed driver's ed. Not because I wasn't a good driver. Actually, it's quite the opposite. All right? I was doing things in the car that they just couldn't believe. I mean, had me do a 3-point turnaround on the road, and I did a 180, but never left the road. I mean, it was perfect, Out of the car, Tedesco. I had 3 girls in the car with me, plus my instructor. And I was constantly getting thrown in the back seat. They'd take me away from the wheel. But I was in the parking lot, we had cones up, and you're supposed to go behind them backwards, around them, at like 5 miles an hour. I'm doing 20. Never hit a one, So I was a really excellent driver because I've been driving since I was 12 years old, right? So they got pissed off. What really done it was I had my dad's station. We had a Gran Torino wagon, Ford Gran Torino. And I was in the school parking lot and everybody was doing burnouts with bleach. I figured, well, shit, I don't want to be left out. So that wagon had a lot of power, man. So we bleached the tires and I lit them up. And, well, wouldn't you know it, I happened to do it in front of the driver's ed coach. So they told me I would never get a certificate and I can go fuck myself. I didn't care. Like I said, But I did pick up a lot of stuff from driver's ed. So when I went to take my test, you're supposed to have your hands 10 and 2 o'clock position on the steering wheel. Make sure your mirrors are all adjusted right. Use your turn signals, all that crap. Wear your seatbelt. So I get in the car. I'm doing all this shit. And the instructor goes, "Is this how you drive?" "No, sir." He says, "I want you to drive like I'm not here." I said, "Seriously?" He says, "Yes." He says, "I don't give a damn what they taught you in driver's ed. I want you to show me how you drive a car when you're alone or with your friends." So I couldn't be crazy, of course, because I was never got a license. But, I had one arm out the window, one hand on the wheel, Didn't wear a seatbelt because I didn't believe in the damn things to begin with. So I'm driving. Then he had run me test. I had, and parallel parking as well. It's funny because I lost 15 points for fucking around with everything, adjusting mirrors and shit. Because he didn't like the figure, just mimicking what they taught us at driver's ed. So I was already 15 points in the hole, so we had to do the parallel parking, which they don't do that here anymore, and they need to start again. Now, I had this massive station wagon, and they had 2 cones, and the car just barely fit in there. Well, I did it perfectly, because I've done it before, A lot of guys will come in with a Volkswagen to do it, because you can't miss. So, because I had a big car, and I did it perfectly, he gave me my 15 points back, and I aced with 100. Got my driver's license that day. And I've been driving crazy ever since. Let's see. What did I miss here? Thomas, no, I'm not. I can't afford to, man. I just don't have the extra money. I'd love to take a ride on the sugar train, but I don't have the money to do it. It's not cheap. At the minimum, they got a 1-hour ride. It's $50 a person. I'm not blowing $100 for an hour. I'm sorry, just not doing it. And then the better ride, I have a 4-hour ride, is like $2.99 a head. I'm not spending $300 to ride on a train. I don't care what anybody says, unless I'm going somewhere. Hey, Solaris, the long hauler, real fan. How you doing? And he asked, "Have you ever heard of the Duck River Valley Narrow Gauge Railroad in Tennessee? Ran from Johnsonville, Tennessee to Fayetteville, Tennessee. I believe ran through Columbia, Tennessee." I'm not familiar with it now. If anybody else is, let them know. Let's see what else we got going here. James says the Newfoundland Railway was narrow gauge. Okay, that's cool. I did not know that either. Solaris said there's still some sections still visible if you know where to look. So I take it it's a defunct railroad then. And Thomas wants to know, "James, can I have the Newfoundland Railroad spike next year?" Now you have to get with James on that one. Dwight says, "Zoe, not an EV bike. It's just like a scooter." Still dangerous, Dwight. You're better off with 4 wheels, man. And I did my share of motorcycle riding. A motorcycle, EV bike, or a scooter, they're all the same. And people don't see you, or they don't want to see you, and some even aim for you. It's not worth the risk, especially when you're young. Better to be safer in a car. So James responds, "Thomas, you're not getting that one. You're getting the mill spike, but depends on TSO, trackside mic." Okay. Well, there's your answer, Thomas. Yeah, what the hell's 30 mile an hour, man? Have you ever been to Jersey, Dwight? Probably not. Like, the minimum speed there is like 90. I mean, not legally, but people drive like crazy. I know, I've driven there recently. Well, 20 years ago. And I'm originally from New Jersey, so you got to know what the hell you're doing on the road. You better have something fast enough to get out of the way, because if you don't, they'll mow you down. Whether intentionally or not, it will happen. Raymond Anthony, 127. Good to see you, man. Glad you're here. Precisely what I meant to, of course. Tony says, yeah, get a car and watch out for the other crazy people on the road. Absolutely. Best advice I can give you, Zoe. It's not worth dying over. And DWM Trains Dave says, I watched 4 Black Rock Central vids today. Really? I have to go back and check those out. I've been busy all day, so I haven't really had much time to get a whole lot done. I said I go doctor's appointment, then I had to stop at Home Depot for the wife. I had to go to the grocery store, pick up some bread, and then finally back home. Been a crazy day. Well, my wife used to do all the drive, not for me so much, but she has her own car. But she's got cataracts, and I don't really want her driving because she can't see worth the shit. Until she gets the cataracts fixed, which will probably be in about 6 months or so when her Medicare kicks in. Ray Bertelson, how's it going? Good to see you here. He says, evening, Jim, John, anyone else I missed? Probably not. Hey, good to see you here, Ray. Did you get your 3D printed stuff yet? I forgot to look. I don't know if you're due today or Saturday or Monday. I have no idea. I'll have to look. Thomas says, all spikes are the same. The only oldest narrow gauge railroad is the Denver South Park and Pacific. It is in Como, Colorado. Okay. You know more about the spikes than I do. Todd Armstrong, how you doing? Good to see you here, man. How's it going? Dave said I needed to refresh a blue box decoder install. And I'm sure that was fun. Jim, I got the package Saturday or Monday. Okay, that's cool. Zoe says, if I have my license, I will go rail fanning every day with my buddies, Jim. Cool. Probably shooting a lot of video, too. We'll be looking forward to seeing those videos. Todd says, hi, Jim. It's going great. Thanks. Yeah, good. We're all doing good then. That's always good to hear. So anyway, back to what the hell I was talking about. What the hell was I talking about? I forgot, damn it. So let me see some other camera angles here. Let's see here. Well, this is the wide angle. I think you've seen that one already. Like I said, things are a bit of a mess, but I'm probably going to be cleaning up throughout this coming week. And like I said, I'd like to have trains running for the next show, next Thursday. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully, we'll be good to go. I won't be able to do anything more on the second level till next month, which actually is about a week away. Wow, 2 weeks away. I'll have more money then for more plywood and possibly some foam. Once that's done, then I could, I'll probably make the determination what color to paint the foam, whether it be blacktop or dirt. I'm not sure yet, or probably a mixture of both. And start laying track, hopefully. So we'll see how that all goes. Let's see. Boy, Jim is really staying caught up on chat now. I can't say anything crazy. He will see it right off the bat instead of seeing it on the replay. I hate to disappoint you, Dwight, but as long as I don't start jaw yapping, whatever the hell it's called, I won't get too far behind. I try and stay on top of things, but it's not always easy to do, but it happens. What can I say? See, did there any other camera angles I didn't show? I forgot. Let's see, you saw the west, you saw that one. You saw that. Oh, here's the doodle cam. I still got a lot of stuff. I've got so much work to do, it's not even funny. But what I did is I used some of that fiberboard. I cut it into strips on the right hand side and screwed them up into the braces of the second level. So I've got kind of a flat area so that they're not, because I notice a lot of lights loop a lot. I mean, they're not perfect, but it's not bad. Now on the other side, the left side, I use that 3/4 inch wide PVC flat strips, which cost me a fortune. I should have just used the fiber, you know. Actually, the fiber I put up there was old fiber I had for the old second level. It was only about, I think 2.5 inches wide, which was perfect. And I actually had so much left over that I did a double on the right side, but I couldn't do it on the left. So I cut off a lot, actually, but because each spool was 50 foot. But, oh, okay, yeah, I could do that. Hold on just a second. Yeah, shut them all down. There you go. I mean, it really does. That's just the LEDs. It really does light up the area. And like I said, I have different colors. That's supposed to be the white. That's the blue. That's the green. And that's the red. Go back to the white somewhere. And I can't seem to push the white again. Unfortunately, the sensor's all the way in the back. And I got to hit it at just a precise angle for it to read it. This thing also has an app to work with my phone. There you go. But I haven't been able to make the app work properly. So I may have to make some changes or something. And I didn't really fully understand how to. It's weird how you pair it up. There's supposed to be a light on the module that controls the LEDs, but I can't see any light on there. And so until I get the light to blink, I'm not going to be able to pair it. No, Thomas, you can't have it. Sorry, not happening. Never going to happen. You're out of luck. You do realize that's a $300 loco, right? If you want one, go buy one. Matter of fact, I got one of them right here. I'm going to be doing some lubrication on it soon. Where's it? That wrong camera. There we go. I got it right here. This is one of the two. I have different road numbers. I've got to lube this one up before I put it back in service. Which I'll probably be working on that a little bit next week too. You need to install some mirrors at this golf ball. No, I'm not going to do it, Mickey. It's a crazy idea, but no, we're not going to do it. Yes, they do flash on and off. They got all kinds of stuff on this controller. As a matter of fact, if you got music, you can hit one of the buttons, see where the music symbols are, and it'll flash to the beat of the music. I actually tried it. It works pretty cool. And you've got slow and quick flash. You've got fade. You got a jump button. There's a whole bunch of buttons on there and dimmers and everything else. I probably won't be using half of them. But yeah, you can pretty much do anything you want with it. It's pretty cool. James says, I have 3 of them. Oh, the ET44. Cool. All right, John, thanks for popping in and have a good weekend, and we'll see you next time. Have a good night, my friend. Andy says only 3. Hey, he usually has 2 of everything, Andy. So if he's got 3 of something, he's really cooking. All right, come on. There we go. So he says, I've been trying to win races all day today, and I'm the only girl in the races. What kind of races? Like car racing or some other racing. Thomas says I have a CPKC locomotive. Yeah, we know about that one. Andy says 4 is a nice round number. James says, Andy, I'm getting 75, one BNSF. Okay. Oh, the 75th anniversary one, I think. NASCAR. Okay, cool. I'll keep trying. You'll get it. So that's what I've been doing all week here, messed around in this room. I've got a folding table in the middle over. I don't know if you can see it or not. No, you really can't, but I've got a like an 8-foot long folding table in the middle of the aisle there. I don't think any of these cameras are set up to look at it. Maybe that one, see it? You can almost see it at the very top of the screen, the very edge of it. Yeah, you can't see it from any of these camera angles, but I've got that full of stuff too. So my wife's been after me because it's really her table and she wants it back. But I had no place to put this stuff. I don't want to leave it on the floor. And I didn't really want to clog up the second level with stuff. Yeah, I already got a ton of stuff up there where there's wood. So I'm just going to have to probably clean up this whole left side. And probably even the back, because that's a mess too. And get it all back organized. And of course, that'll take a lot of the stuff off of the folding table. And then she could have her table back, and I won't have to hear her bitching about it anymore. So, we'll see. It's like I said, I don't really have any open bench space, which is the problem, you know. And when I get the secondary addition to the outside there, you know, when I expand the shed, I'm going to have more bench area that's open. Well, that'll actually be kind of a godsend in a lot of ways. Plus, it's also going to open up a room in here as well. So we'll see how that all pans out. But until then, I got to work with what I got. And Raymond says BNSF is the greatest. Well, I think it is. Of course, you might get an argument for some UP guys or Conrail guys or, you know, any of the other ones. But, hey, you know, it is what it is. James says, Andy, I have 8 GP38-2s. I only got 2 of them. And I painted them for the sugar line, so you'll be seeing more of those in the near future, too. I'll be running them. Thomas says, Jim, I'm getting a railroad switch key for an electric switch. Okay, I wasn't sure what that's for, but I'll take your word for it. Andy says, lovely round number. What, 8? So he says, I was driving the Chevy, Jim. Oh, cool. Good choice. Tom says, I don't know if I'm allowed to have it, but don't be stealing that shit now. Andy says, made in America, driven by Canadians. There you go. Tom says, Jim, can you put stuff on the table in the back corner on the right side under the layout? Well, that's true. I do have an area back there. I really don't have anything under there except for some scrap wood and stuff. I clean that out. It's a pretty big area that's open. So that's something I could consider too, you know, for storage space anyway. Good idea. Raymond says, oh, I'm prepared. For what? I'm prepared too, but I don't know for what. Hey, Jesse Ann, Oklahoma Railroad, how you doing? You're late again. That's okay. We don't care if you're late or not. As long as you're here now, that's all that matters. Happy Valley Hobbies. Edward, how's it going? Good to see you here. So, my desk is actually fairly clean now. I mean, let's see. Do I got a shot of that? Or not? Maybe. There we go. You can see there's actually open area. I mean, it's relatively clean. So, I cleaned that off yesterday, and because I got tired of looking at the mess. And I'm real funny about messes, you know. I just can't handle messy stuff. And your neighborhood bully just stumbled upon you. Can you run one for me? Trains aren't running at the moment, unfortunately. Next week, though, hopefully. So you'll have to stop back in next week and you'll get to see the trains run. Any argument over which railroad is the greatest? I'm sure there is. I don't know myself. I don't really have any preferences. I mean, I like all trains, all railroads, you know. I personally like the BNSF because of the colors. You know, they call them pumpkins because they kind of look like a pumpkin a little bit. But it's just a good looking loco to me, you know, where I look at the other ones, they're not bad, but they just don't have that originality to it, I guess, you know. And I've got what the hell is it called? Shit, I can't think of the names of half of them now because I haven't seen them in a while. What the hell are they? Hold on a minute, I'll find out. Yeah, I do have some different ones here, which I'm going to show you in a minute. Let me drag them all out here since I've got nothing else to do. I've been storing all the engines in my paint booth because I really haven't been painting anything lately. Let me switch cameras and I'll show them off. Alright. Yeah, I've got this one here. I like this one. This is another popular one with me, the Ferromex. I think this is an SD40, I believe. Put that over there. I have Southern Pacific. I believe this is a Jeep 38, or no, Jeep 30 maybe. Not sure. Like I said, it's been so long since I messed with half, I don't even remember what half of them are. But still a good looking loco for kind of a plain one. I have the Santa Fe. And I even have a CSX. And then I think this is another SD40 or SD45, I'm not sure which. And I've got a couple other ones too that I can't get at the moment that are down on the layout. So, you know, like I said, I'm not real picky about what locos I have. I prefer the BNSF, but if it's a loco, I like it. Plus, I have one steamer. I've got the New York Central steamer, which is once again out of my reach at the moment. But so you know, it is what it is. But let me get caught up here again. Mom and son train fans, Tammy and Ray. How's it going, Tammy? Let's see. Thank you, Zoe. Appreciate it. And they're all DCC with sound. So, and I have one that's with DCC but no sound. I'm going to change that at some point too and put sound in it. So I kind of like having sound on the engine, you know. Edward said, okay, everyone, let's talk about Dundas Junction Model Railroad, James, while he was gone. Ah, that's funny. Not nice, but funny. There you go, Tom. He's got the right idea. The same way. As long as the engine runs and sounds good, road name doesn't really matter. That's true. It really doesn't, you know. If you got them, run them. That's the way I see it anyway. They do lock up on me again here? Damn it. Come on. There we go. Raymond says, I'm currently debating whether to use Cato Unitrack, or Cato, I still don't know how the hell to say that, or Pico Code 55 track for my layout. Well, either one will probably work just fine. It's just a matter of personal preference. I don't think one is really better than the other, you know. It's whatever you like and whatever's easiest for you to, work with. And Mickey says, hold on, I'm trying to get everything under control. I just ate a York peppermint patty and I feel like I'm skiing down the side of a mountain. Man, you need some serious help. Oh, I was on the rocker. I said, what would you do for well, that's for the York peppermint patty, right? No. What is that? What would you do for, oh, I can't remember now. Ah, well, whatever. And he says, okay, Edward James, one of the best dudes out there. That's true, he is. Matter of fact, James will be, he'll be running the show tonight at 8 o'clock. I think Third Rail Thursday or something like that. His turn to run it, so I won't make it because I'll still be using mine probably, but, I'll probably catch the replay on his. And Todd says, run what you like. I've got mainly CN and a bunch of Victorian railway models from Australia. Rules were meant to be broken. Hey, it's your railroad. Do whatever the hell you want on it, right? I agree wholeheartedly. Your neighborhood bully says, my buddy lived right next to a train station in Jersey, and we would watch them come and go. That's cool. See, I got the railroad right behind my house, about 50 feet. But it's the sugar short line for U.S. Sugar. It runs from somewhere on the East Coast all the way around down to Clewiston. And it goes through every day. They're hauling, mostly, open container cars and tanker cars. The tanker cars, I think they're hauling syrup and, what do they call it? Sugar cane syrup. I would guess. I said if one ever crashed in my backyard, I'd have enough sugar cane syrup to last a lifetime. Yeah, they're bucket scooping that shit up, right? Kind of funny, but hey, Floyd Robbins, hey, how's it going, Floyd? Good to see you. And Andy says, followed by Edward, a close second. There you go. Hey, everybody's a good guy on this channel, man. I consider you all good friends and very talented people on your layouts. Rick's Trades. Hey, Rick, how's it going? He says, I mostly do Norfolk Southern, but I have BNSF and CSX. Hey, nothing says you can, right? Curtis says a Klondike bar. That's what it was, a Klondike bar. I couldn't remember what the hell it was. I haven't watched broadcast TV in like 30 years. I download TV shows and movies that I want to watch. They're commercial free, high definition. I haven't seen a TV commercial, literally about 30 or 40 years. I don't figure I'm missing much. So what I do remember is from many years ago. Tom wants to know, your neighborhood bully, do you live in Jersey also? Cool. A lot of Jerseyans out there, or whatever they call the people from New Jersey. Yankees. Edward says, close second, maybe a far second. There you go. Rail Artist says, when I lived in St. Paul, Minnesota, the BNSF ran about a block from my front door. Moved to Edina, Minnesota, and The MNSSOO ran up my backyard. Oh, that's cool. There's nothing like having trains real close by to watch, you know. Even when I was a kid up north in Jersey, I came from a town called Carteret, up in central northern, near Newark and Perth Amboy and stuff. You guys that know Jersey. Anyway, we had the railroad tracks were literally about an eighth of a mile from the house. We had a two-story house, and from my bedroom, it was facing the railroad tracks. And sometimes I'd just sit in my bedroom and watch the trains go by. And then later on, we started hopping the freighters. You know, my parents never found out that they would have killed us, but we used to hop the freighters. They were most of the time they're only moving a mile or two an hour. I mean, in that area, we jump up on them, ride to 3 or 4 towns over, jump off, wait for an opposing train to come back. We used to have a blast, you know. So I guess in a way I've always had a thing for trains, but I didn't really get serious about them until later in life. And your neighborhood bully says, yes, sir, Thomas Crashy. So you are from Jersey. Okay, cool. It's funny meeting people from Jersey, you know. I haven't been to Jersey since I was 10 years old, and I'm 64 now, but I've been up there a couple of times visiting, but not recently. I think the last time I was up there was about 30 years ago. So actually went up there to move a friend's aunt down from not far from where I lived in Carteret down here to Florida. So we took the Amtrak up there, me and my son, my oldest son, and we rented a 26-foot U-Haul and car trailer and brought all her stuff down, and she flew down separately. So it was a good time, and I made a ton of money on it too. Fill it to the rim with brim. There you go. Edward said the Vermont Railway is about a football field away. There you go. That's pretty close too. Oh, this thing really jumped on me. Todd says, I'm with you on the TV, Jim. Sometimes like to go on YouTube and watch the old shows, like What's My Line and others. Yeah, I've done that too. As a matter of fact, I collected a bunch of, well, see, on the movie site I'm on is actually from New Zealand. And I pay $30 or $25 a month. Have unlimited downloads of TV shows, movies. They've got games for, like, you know, PC games and the other platform games, but I don't really do the games. And if they don't have it, I can make a request for something. They'll find it and get it, and I can download it for free. So I've literally got about 2 years worth of TV shows, a lot of older stuff from the 50s, 60s, and 70s that I want to watch again, that I haven't seen since I was a kid. And at some point I will get to them. And like I said, commercial free, high definition, you can't go wrong. You know, that whole commercial TV bullshit. My wife gets free channels on the TV in the bedroom. And they got, you know, they're free, so they hit you up with commercials like every 10 minutes. Now, how in the hell can you watch that shit, you know? Commercials piss me off. I see a commercial, I will never buy that product just because. You know? And I understand why these retailers don't understand that. You know, see, when I had my business, I used to get ton after ton of calls, and some people even show up, you know, these salesmen trying to sell me shit. And I tell them, look, if I want what you got to sell, I'll find you. If I am out looking for you, I'm probably not interested in it. So there's the door. Don't let it hit you on your ass on the way out, you know. I threw more salesmen out of my shop and hung up on more of them than you could probably count on half the population's fingers and toes. I just don't like I don't like high pressure sales. I don't like bullshitters either. And a good portion of them were bullshitters, you know. I had this guy call me up once. He says, I got a set of keys that will open up any car ever made. I go, really? He says, what do you want for me? He says, $350. I says, all right, how many keys are there? He says, well, there's 20 of them. I says, all right. You bring them down. I'll get all my customers down with different cars. If you could open every car and start every car, I'll buy them off you. Well, I can't really do that, sir. Well, why not? If they're really that good and they can open up any car in existence, and I got some people that got some really old cars, you know. If it'll unlock those cars and start their engines, hell yeah, I'll buy those keys off you. But you're going to have to show it. Well, we got a money back guarantee. I said, that don't mean shit to me. Once you got my money, I'm never going to see it again. So either put up or shut up, and he hung up on me because he was full of shit, you know. And I caught a lot of that. So one time, a guy got me. He had this cleaner, and he come around. He says, do you have your personal car? I said, yeah. Why? He says, how are the seats? I said, well, they're a little stained because I'm a mechanic and just stuff gets dirty. He says, all right, I got some stuff here to clean it right up. He says, I want to demonstrate. All right, go ahead. So he did my seat, and it came out like new. It was a cloth seat. He took the grease stains off and everything. He said, holy shit, that's some good stuff. He says, would you like 55 gallons of it? I said, no, I won't never use that one. I said, if you got a gallon of it, I'll buy a gallon. And when I go through it, I'll buy more. He says, all right, well, that's cool. So he sold me a gallon of it. It was like $40 for a gallon. Well, my stupidity, I got the gallon, and a few weeks later, that shit didn't work to save your life. So he had the good stuff, and whatever he sold me was basically bullshit. And I said, never again will I get fooled like that, But that's what you run into in the business, Rick says, I live about 1,000 feet from Norfolk Southern Canadian National and about a half mile from the CSX. Cool. Hey, Derek, how's it going? Good to see you, man. Let's see here. Good night, Zoe. Thanks for popping in, and we'll see you next time. Your parents are being annoying again, huh? Yeah, that's what parents do. You know that, right? Anyway, have a good weekend, Zoe. We'll see you next week. Third Rail Thursday is on my channel tonight at 8. That's true. Maybe we'll shut down at 8. Who knows? We'll see. Depends what's going on, I suppose. Yeah, but I did it again. It locked. Why does it keep doing that? Maybe probably need to update this program. That's what I need to do. All right. So, anyway, that's what I got going here. And there's no shortage of things to do, believe me. So I'm hoping I'll get a lot done for next week's show. More stuff I can show off. Hopefully running trains for sure. Hey, Don Davis. Oh yeah, Don Davis. 4501 just tuned in. Where are you? I'm here in beautiful Sebring, Florida. More or less. I like it here. And that's where I'm at. That's Central Florida, practically in the middle of the state. Anyway, glad to see you here. Your first timer, I assume. That's cool. Hope you like and subscribe to the channel. And all the subscribers I can get, by the way. Andy says, I'm in Jerkwater, UK. I thought Jerkwater was here in the States. Maybe there's more than one, huh? Hard telling, you never know, anymore. Craziness, but... Is there a race? Yes, there is. They got the Sebring Raceway, which is about 2 miles south of me, which is that way. I'm oriented wrong here on this property. I have a difficult time figuring out which way is which. But yeah, it's only about 2 miles away. I've not been to it yet. I've been in Sebring for 4 years. I moved up from Naples, Florida. And one of these days I'll probably go check it out. We'll see. You know, I don't really have a lot of time to mess with, car racing anymore, but I kind of miss it though. It might be fun to go watch one or two. Let's see. Jim, I'm 52 away from you, just hit 410. Oh, Subwise. That's not bad. You're doing good. What am I at now? 460 or yeah, 463, I think. I haven't looked lately. I seem to be stuck on it though. I just want to get $500 so I can start, begging you guys for money. I'm only kidding, but you know, um, it is what it is. Your neighborhood buddy says you got a like and subscribe from your funny as hell. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Jesse in Oklahoma says I'm at 99. Thompson Jim, you're at 460. Damn it, I lost one again. Last time I looked, it was 463. Now you check it again in a few days, it'll be back up to 463. I don't know what the hell YouTube is doing, but it seem to keep fucking around with that last one. When I was at 450, it was going back and forth between 450 and 451. So unless somebody out there is really indecisive, don't know whether they should be subscribed or not, and keep changing their mind, somebody's screwing with the numbers. The way I see it, anyway. But, I've got my fingers crossed. I'm hopeful, So, by the way, you new guys out here, I'll subscribe to your channels. Can't do it right now, but I will get to it. Because I subscribe to everybody's channel. Jim, I was at 415 last week, then one day was down to 407. And again, now got 3. That's what I'm saying. They're screwing with the numbers. I guarantee you they are. How else would that happen, James says, I have 801. Well, kiss my ass, James. You're doing pretty good, though, man. Congrats to you for getting 801. You'll be up to 1,000 before you know it. I'd love to hit 1,000, but I don't know. Well, part of it's my own fault because I should be putting out more shorts. I was doing it for a while, and then I kind of slacked off on it, and I haven't even done that many videos lately, because I've been so busy that I can either shoot a video, do all the editing and post it, or I can actually get some work done here. So kind of right now, I'm more interested in getting work done here than I am posting videos. So I guess in a way, though, it is costing me subs, but ask me if I care. Not really. I mean, I'd like to have the subs, but I'm not going to lose sleep over it if I don't get them. So I haven't heard that one in a while, Jim Mendover. I'm just messing with you, James, right? But Dwight says, I need subs. Well, Dwight, I think everybody's subbed to you. Anybody on this channel right now haven't subbed to Dwight, you better do it. Because he's a good guy and he deserves all the subs he can get. So, let's get him up there to, 400 or 500. Hey, Waycross Train Spotter, how's it going? Scott or Thomas? I can never. Thomas, right? Not bad with names, sorry. He says, hi, Jim. I'm back at my old job and I was in training for yard van driver. I didn't go through and manager would never answer the phone when I called several times. Oh, so you gave it up, huh? Well, sounds like the guy might have been a real jackass, so. I mean, whatever makes you happy, that's all that matters, right? And James says, I find using real trains for shorts the best. Yeah, I should do the same thing. But, the problem is, unless I travel, the only rail fanning I can do in Sebring pretty much either covers Amtrak or the Sugar Line. CSX comes through here for like a month out of the year, and it's not time yet. But when they do, I'm going to try and get it, you know. I need to trim my sideburns or something there. Mickey says, I'm close to 1,600. Well, you can kiss my ass too. That's good though that you're doing that well. I'm happy that you're doing so well. Your neighborhood bully says, I gotta go. The wife is calling. I'll be back. Have a good night, everybody. Okay, well thanks, man. We'll see you in a bit. And Nikki said, James, I find the opposite to be true. I don't know. I mean, whatever works for you. I don't think there's any real set formula for getting subs. You know, I know doing shorts period is good for subs. That's because most people don't have much of an attention span. Yeah. I used to do long videos, you know, 20 minutes to an hour. And I found that people just weren't, they tune in, but then they drop off like after 10 minutes. You know, it's all right, we've seen enough, out of here. So it makes more sense to do short videos, 15 minutes or less if you can. And of course, the shorts down a minute or under. And keep it interesting. And I guess that's the tough part, you know. Derek suggests a year at 100. Okay, we got to get these guys subbed up. So if you're not subbed to anybody who's low, if you'd please sub up to them, that'd be great, you know. Raymond says, I will not post shorts of me dancing to trend songs. Thank you, sir. We appreciate that. Trust me. And you have my word, I will never do that either. I don't want people to go blind, you know. So, for me, that is, you know. James says, Train Man Wanted is a tough fight. Yes, it is, actually. Like I said, I don't, you know, YouTube claims that they have a formula for it, but I don't necessarily believe that either, you know. And, you know, also, too, now, model railroading is actually a very, very popular hobby. But the problem is there's so many of us that it's hard to stand out from everyone else, you know. And that's part of the problem. So, like, if you got a group of guys that are watching X so-and-so, they're going to continue to watch that guy. They may not go over to me or any one of you guys because they're stuck on the ones they're already with. And we do the same thing, you know. I follow you guys a lot because, well, we're most in contact with each other. Now, you know, even though I do sub to other places and I do visit them on occasion, but I can't do it on a regular basis because I would spend the rest of my life watching YouTube videos. I can't do that, you know. I do have a life, not much of one, but I do have one. So, you know. Yes, always remember to comment on the videos and do a like if possible. James says, I did a short, got 5,000 views. Well, that must have been one hell of a short. I think the best I got maybe would be like 300 views. A couple of them I got. So Thomas says, at least I got the experience and training as yard van driver, and it's back to the normal videoing trains in my train club and volunteer on train during how. Oh, there you go. That's cool. Derek says, Big Jim, they wouldn't just go blind. They would stab their eyes until they couldn't see. Yeah, that's probably true. I'm not going to deny it, man. You don't. I cannot dance. I can slow dance a little bit, but as far as anything like modern to rock, no, I don't do that. Even when I was thin, I just didn't have the moves, so I just didn't do it, you know. I used to have, you know, some of the girls I knew, they'd beg me to dance with them. It's like, I don't dance. I can't do it. Here you can't. No, I can't, really, you know. And I guess I'm not really a subconscious person, but it's like, no, I'm not making an ass of myself, even though the reality is, and I know this, and I tell my friends the same thing, nobody gives a shit, you know. It's like if you come in missing one sock or something, you think anybody really notices or cares? They got better shit to do with their lives than look at you and size you up, you know. So, but it's just the way it worked, and I never dealt with it. So, believe me, at 64, I'm not going to learn now. Edward says I'm up to 117 subs. I've been hovering around 105 for about a year. All right, well, you guys, if you're not subbed to Ed, sub to him now, please. I appreciate it. Derek says, James, way to go. Absolutely. And James says, Derek, it was a video of trackside Mike. Oh, there you go. Derek says, Big Jim, I resemble that remark and couldn't do that either. Well, there you go. Now you know how I am, right? Like I said, I generally don't give a damn what people think, obviously. You know, I'll say and do shit. If you don't like it, well, don't look, don't listen, you know. But dancing, I don't know. I just never got into it for some reason. You know, I don't swim either. You know, I got in an argument with a woman, you know, a few months ago because I was telling her, I said, I can't swim, you know. So, sure you can. I said, no, I really can't. She goes, well, you didn't have the right person to teach you. So I've had many people try and teach me how to swim. I don't float, you know, and I don't. I don't know why. I sink like a fucking rock. I said, now, if I got in a situation where it's swim or die, I may be able to do it. But, you know, then again, I might not. I had a friend like that. He couldn't swim either. We're out riding our dirt bikes beside this canal. He hit a rock, flipped the bike, threw him into this canal. It was about 15 foot deep. And, you know, the guy in the semi going down the road, he's blowing the horn at me, you know. And I look behind me, I don't see Wayne anywhere. I see the bike, you know. And so I turned around, and by the time I got back there, Wayne was kind of coming up out of the canal. And I said, dude, are you all right? He says, I really can swim. He said, I thought I was going to die, you know. And I said, yeah, I was kind of worried too because I couldn't come in and save you, you know. So, you know, who knows? You know, different circumstances, you might get a different result. But trying to swim, whether it be in the ocean or in a swimming pool, I just can't do it. You know, and I accepted that fact and not a big deal. I love boating. I don't wear a life jacket, never have. You know, so I'm really not that worried about it. But yeah, if I go over, well, I'm gonna have a choice to make: either learn how to swim right then and there or drown. Let's see. Raymond Anthony says, my latest short got over 500 views in just 4 days. That's pretty damn good, too. Well, that's true. I've noticed that, too, James, because some of my shorts, they were really racking them up for about a week and stopped dead right in their tracks, and they haven't gone up since, and some have been up there for over a year. Todd says, that's bad. Every time I put my pants on, it looks like I'm dancing. That's a disturbing visual, Todd. Sorry. Although, you know, Vicky said Jim needs floaties. No, I don't, well, they might work. I don't know. But them swim flugels? My kids had them, you know, because I made sure all my kids could swim. You know, I taught them to swim, even though I couldn't. You know, we'd get in the pool and, you know, I'd hold them up and kind of teach them the basics. It's weird. They could teach something you can't do yourself. But they're all excellent swimmers, you know. But they start out with those rubber thingies too. They were called swim flugels, which is German for something. I don't know. Probably floaters for stupid people. I don't know what the hell it means. All right, James, you better get ready for your show. You only got a half an hour, so thanks for popping in, and well, we'll see you next time. And for those of you guys that want to migrate over at 8 o'clock, I won't be upset if you do that. You know, you do what you got to do. So anyway, have a good one, James, and hope you have a good show tonight. Joe says, I can swim like a hard rock. That's the way I swim. Or lead weight. You know. I'm amazed, too, that, you know, I thought everybody knew how to swim. And everybody in my family, my brother, my sister, my dad, when he was alive, my mother, they were all excellent swimmers. I was the only one in the family that couldn't swim, you know? So I guess I just didn't get blessed with that one for some reason. And I was never really a big person. I mean, you know, I broad shoulders and upper half was built well. Didn't have a six pack or anything, but you know, um, I had no fat on me really at all. And so there's no reason why I probably couldn't, but there's some psychological reason why I can't swim. I don't know. I don't care. Yeah. And at this point in my life, at almost 65, does it really matter? Yeah. My swimming days, even if I could do it, are well behind me. Uh, Edward said dancing is better exercise than being on a treadmill. That's true. It probably is. I'm not a big fan of treadmills either. Water wings, yeah. Well, he said, I guess that's what the swim flugel means. I don't know. I thought it was just a weird. I remember seeing commercials on the TV when I was a young man, and that's why I bought them for my kids. I figured, well, it'd be kind of cool because the problem with a vest is sometimes they'd flip upside down. They'd still be above water. At least half of them would be, but the important part, their head would be underwater. So the floaties or swim flugels or water wings, whatever you want to call them, that kind of kept their body, the important part, above the water. So, it seemed like a great idea, and, we do what we did. James says he'll be going live at 8, so you've all been warned. Damn, Tom's doing pretty good. He said, James, I have one video with 18,416 views, another video with 3,169 views, and one short with 48,592 views. That's incredible. I got some hours on some of them. I don't remember what they are offhand, but I don't think I'm anywhere near that. But I'm done pretty good considering. There goes Tom Grassi. Was it evergreen content like how to? That I don't know. Todd says it doesn't matter, Jim. You can wear a Speedo anyway. I've never been caught in one of those either, and never will be. Reminds me too much of a pair of women's panties. I just don't go there, man. Yeah, I kind of hear you there, Joe. I'm kind of the same way. Um, that's why I say I was never a big fan of the beach anyway, and I always stayed in the shallow end. But and that was funny because if you went out far enough, sometimes it would drop down like 20 foot. And I remember hitting the edge once and totally freaking out till I got back on my footing. I almost went over the edge. I probably would have drowned, you know. And I learned from that. And pools, well, I can hug the side when it gets deep over my head, but other than that, yeah, I pretty much stay with my head above water. You know, that's just the way it is. Ed says, I do not have a six-pack more like a keg. Yeah, that's me too. I never had a six-pack. You know, nobody in my family did, actually. Just a little tiny bit of fat, you know. Still built well, but not like, Arnold Schwarzenegger well. So, yeah. But I had massive arms, so, I had like, I think it was like 19-inch biceps. They were fucking huge. I mean, I've lost a lot since then, but they're still not bad. But, I had a good upper body strength and decent form. My legs were my weak spot. And I've seen since I've grown older, well, aside from the stroke affected leg, my legs actually got stronger as I aged. I don't know why. Weird. Tom says, Derek, the two videos were how-tos. The short was me returning a printer to Amazon. Yeah, you've had some bad luck with printers, Tom. Me too, I guess, but not quite as bad. Rick says, I don't have a six-pack either. I just have my ass on backwards. I'm touching that one. Yeah, that's funny, though. Yeah, Joe says, damn, I think I have one or two videos with around 100 views. That's not bad. Yeah, I've got a few that have less than that, but like I said, you really don't know what gets people's attention, you know? And sometimes it's the pics you have that they put up before you watch the video. If that doesn't draw attention, then chances are that the short's not going to do well. And I've always had an issue with that, you know. Notice that with my Wise Guy videos, that when I put up a picture of myself, like at the when I'm introducing myself in my show, they'll do a still picture of that. I get more views with that than I do with the actual Wise Guy opening screen, which is a heartbeat on a black background, a green heartbeat on a black background, and some really cool music. I think it goes well with it. But I do better with my picture on the front than I do with the other opening on the screen. Don't know why, you know. And I do unusual descriptions, usually one word, you know, like today's topic is, like I just did one on recalls. So today's topic, recalls, you know. I did one the other day, it was last week, so today's topic is they're killing the children, you know. That actually is getting a lot of views because it's, you know, everybody's interested in kids. And it was about how the people in power are draining children, little children, of their blood for what they call adrenochrome. And it actually helps them maintain their youth and live longer, supposedly. Demonic as hell. But it's happening, and it's a worldwide problem. And almost every one of our leaders, actors and actresses, kings, queens, dictators, they're all doing this shit, you know. And they wind up killing the kids after a while. And of course, a lot of them are tortured, raped. It's disgusting, you know. And we should, unfortunately, I'd like to see every one of them fuckers hang by the neck, you know, at the very least. But so, like I said, it really does determine what your title is and what your opening picture is, or what they call your snapshot or whatever. I think that makes all the difference in the world. Jesse says, same here, Joe. I average around 75. That's still not bad. Derek says, I'm gonna produce how not to videos. There you go. I could probably have done a few of those myself. Don't do this or you'll fuck up your layout, right? Thomas is, speaking of swimming, when I lived in Key West, the two owners of the jet ski business I managed myself did not know how to swim, and he was on the water every day. See? It just shows you he's got more balls than brains. I resemble that remark, right? But it's true, though. Not everybody's a good swimmer, and yet if you're not afraid of the water, which I never was, you know, I just accepted the fact that I could not swim, you know. I'm afraid of heights, too, but to some degree I did, at least at the time. It's really bad now, and I would probably have a hard time, but as afraid of heights as I was, I still conquered my fear more often than not, you know. Because I had to, you know. When I was driving truck for a electrical supply house, I used to deliver to the condos towers out in Marco Island. And I had to get usually a superintendent to sign off on it. But wouldn't you know, that son of a bitch would be on the 8th floor. They'd have to go up in the buck hoist. I hated buck hoist, you know, because they would shake and vibrate. They overload them. It's funny because the one I used to get on every day to find the super, it fell one day like an hour after I was on it. They overloaded it, pulled away from, nobody died, but people got hurt. It pulled away from the wall and landed on the ground. And like I said, it used to scare the shit out of me. And then when you got up there, it didn't have the railings up. They had like clamps and a chain running. And that was it. I mean, really, if you fell into it, it'd probably go over the side and that'd be it, you're done. So I'd be hugging the wall the whole time, you know? And yet I've had guns to my head. You know, I've been in a few knife fights, no fear. But put me 8 or 9 stories in the air, I may have some issues, you know. Go figure. Todd says, Thomas, you lived in Key West? Wow, I never been, but it looks like paradise. Yeah, it's kind of nice there, but there's some cons too. Tom could probably tell you about that. I've been there a few times myself. It's a nice place in some ways, and in other ways, no. Very expensive to live there too, unfortunately. Jumped on me. Tom says, trackside action, yes, lived there for 3 years. 10 hurricanes and 2 house rebuilds. I decided not to hang around for strike 3 and move back to Jersey. Smart move. That's the biggest problem down there is the hurricanes. And Edward says, it looks like my average video is about 50 views. That's still not bad, you know. Jesse's, dang, you went there, Jesse. Like I said, I do what I gotta do, you know. As terrified as I might be, you know. And it's weird because it was, well, it has something to do with my ears. I was, you know, I had a learner's permit to fly airplane for a while too. I got my temporary pilot's license. And I flew a few planes and I did all right in it. The problem I had was that once I got up there, I got disoriented. Now, I could fly instrument flight rule with no problem, but visual flight rule, I don't know whether I'm up or down. So basically, I flew by instrument, and the guys that I was with, because you got a professional pilot with you, and he says, I've never seen anybody do instrument flight rule before visual. He says, well, this guy does. But because of the problem with my ears, there's nerve damage in my middle ears. And I think it was from spray painting all those years when I had my painting business. Protected my nose and my mouth, not the ears. And that's sometimes I'd be in a small room spraying, you couldn't see anything. It would be completely filled with dust, you know, paint dust. And I think the paint got it. It was all oil-based paints back then. And I did permanent nerve damage. So I went and seen a flight doctor, and he says, you'll never get a pilot's license because of that. And I said, all right. So I kind of gave it up. But which sucks because I kind of enjoyed flying as long as I'm the pilot. Now, will I get in a commercial airplane? Not a fucking chance. Last time I was on a commercial plane was in 1967. You know, I was 8 years old. My parents flew us down to Miami from Jersey for vacation. And that was the last time I was on a commercial airplane. And I think that was the first and only time, actually, except for we did hopper flights from Miami to Naples on a DC-3. That was kind of fun. And I would love to fly a DC-3. I've flown them on a simulator, but not in real life. And I think that'd be a fun plane to fly. But, you know, it is what it is. Thumbnail, that's the word I was looking for. Thanks, Derek. Hey, there's Chuck Chasco. How's it going, man? Good to see you. Uh-oh, I just jumped ahead again. Tom says, Jim, like Derek said, thumbnail is the image. Yeah, exactly. And it really is important because it's like a book or a movie. When you're looking at books, at least when I used to read back in the day, I liked science fiction. So if the cover didn't look good, I didn't even waste my time looking at it, you know. If the cover looked interesting, I'm going to check that book out. I'd read the forward on it anyway just to make sure, but almost 9 times out of 10, if the picture on the cover looked good, that book was going to be good to read. Same with movies. You know, back when we used to rent DVDs or VHS tapes, the boxes they came in, if the picture wasn't any good on the cover picture, I didn't waste my time with it, you know. So it might be psychological, but there seems to be some truth to it. So it's kind of a good thing to consider when you're doing videos or shorts. What you thumbnail might make all the difference whether it's good or not. Yeah, Curtis, that's true. After 4th floor, you're dead, so no worry. Well, that's mostly true. Now, I actually saw 2 men fall to their deaths, job sites on these towers. They were high, both of them. Idiots. Who the fuck gets high and he gets up on a 10-story building thinking they could fly, you know? This one guy was a 2x6, like a 10-footer. He had a bunch of cinder blocks on one end, and at least half of it was hanging over 10 stories in the air. He was walking it, like, oh, look at me, I'm cool. Well, he lost his balance, and he screamed all the way down till he hit bottom. So he didn't die real quick. Now, the second guy, he lost his footing. I think he was on the 8th or 9th floor. And he stopped screaming about halfway down. He either passed out or died, But it's still a lousy way to go. I wouldn't want to go that way. Let's see. All right, Floyd. Well, thanks for popping in, and have a good night and a safe weekend, and we'll see you next time, man. Well, I didn't have diabetes at the time. I have it now, and you're probably right. It could cause some of the problems. I know I don't have the balance that I used to have. I mean, I couldn't do a sobriety test, like a roadside sobriety test, to save my life. Or back in the day before the stroke and before diabetes, I could do it with my eyes closed, door open, or whatever, I could hop on one foot and still maintain a straight line. Those days are behind me, unfortunately. No, actually, I flew during the day, and but I could fly at night because, like I said, I could fly instrument. Now, once I got close to the ground, one of the planes I flew was a Piper Cub. I think they do about 150, 160 knots, mile an hour, whatever. And I asked the guy that owned the plane, I says, can I fly low? I was up there at 7,000. I'm going, this sucks, You can't even tell you're moving unless you do some maneuvers. So he said, yeah, he says, it's dangerous. I know, you fuck up, we die, but I have a lot of, confidence in my ability to fly the plane. So if I do it, if you let me, yeah, go ahead. So I was flying about 20 foot off the ground, off the deck, over the cow fields. We were buzzing cows. I had a fucking blast, And I was right home. I had good orientation. Like I said, I didn't really lose the orientation until I got up a few thousand feet. It was weird, But I love speed, for one, They said the fastest I've ever driven a car was 198. It was a Dodge Viper. I was shooting for 200, but got a son of a vibration going at 198, and that kind of scared me. I backed off. Because I figured if anything goes wrong, we're just going to die anyway, Now, that car was a real piece of shit, if you ask me. But I really wanted to break 200. That was my life's goal. Because prior to that, my personal record was 165. That I did in the Corvette Stingray, split window, down 8th Street in a residential area where I lived. Like I said, I was crazy and stupid at the time. Anything could have went wrong. I could have been killed instantly, but I was lucky. And I probably would have went faster, but I had to start braking because I was running out of road. Let's see. Tom says, Jim, I was in Chicago once waiting for the plane to take off. The maintenance guy gets on the plane with duct tape and a knife, opened the cabinet door and started taping something. Not a warm and fuzzy feeling. I'm saying, look, how do two planes collide midair? Somebody ain't looking out the damn window, And they have all these supposed safety devices, anti-collision radar and all this other crap, and, But half the time I think they're, too busy fingering the fucking stewardesses or whatever they're doing with them. They're not flying the damn plane. So that's why I have trust issues. I'm not even a good passenger in a car, But if I'm driving it, anything goes. That's true, Derek. It's not the fall that kills you. It's the sudden stop at the end. And that was the big thing with planes because, your car breaks down, you pull over on the side of the road, you can fix it. Your plane breaks down, well, there's only one way to go. Not good. And Andy says, after the 4th floor, 3 twists with Pike High Tariff, falling with style. There are people that fell out of airplanes at 7,000 feet and lived to tell the tale. It wasn't their time to die, I'm guessing, but, a couple of, what they call them, skydivers. They had this one woman. She fell, I think she said 7,500 foot. Her chute didn't open. She landed in a bale of hay, broke every bone in her body, but lived to tell the tale. They said she hit the ground at like 120 mile an hour. That's a hell of a stop, even in hay. All right, Dave. Well, thanks for popping in. We'll see you next time. Have a good night and a good weekend, and we'll see you next time. All right, same with you, Ed. Have a good one. I know you guys are all getting ready to go over to James's thing, their Third World Thursday or whatever it is. That's good. Have fun over there, and we'll see you next time. Todd, you're taking off too? Okay, good. I'm glad you had fun. Have a good evening, safe weekend, and we'll see you next time, hopefully. Jared says, how do you not die from that? It just wasn't their time, man. There have been a few people that fell. There was a guy that fell. Same deal, broke every bone in his body, but lived to tell the tale, you know. I mean, I'm sure they went through a lot of pain and aggravation, you know, recovering from it. But I mean, you know, that's what I'm saying. I believe that fate has its thing because I've seen guys trip over their shoelaces and drop dead. Another guy falls out of an airplane to 7,000 feet and lives. Another guy slams into a wall, not in a race car, but in a regular car, walks away from it at 150, 130 mile an hour or 100 mile an hour. Another guy bumps somebody in a parking spot and hits his head the wrong way and dies, you know. And when it's your time, you're going. And if it ain't, well, you won't. I could be wrong in that, but based on what I've seen in my life, I'm pretty sure that's how it works. All right, Mickey, have a good one, man. We'll see you later. Let's see who else is leaving. That's it for now. Depends on what breaks your fall. That's true, Thomas. Usually, though, it's the ground. Or even if you fall in the water, what was that one guy? That was down there in Fort Myers. He was parasailing, and his harness broke, and I think he was about 500 foot up. They say when he slammed in the water, well, it killed him, you know. And they say when you slam in the water like that, it's like hitting a brick wall, which really sucked for him. And of course, the parasailing company got sued almost out of existence. But, you know, like I said, there's some things that I won't do because, well, I kind of want to believe that you can't die before your time, but I won't jump out of a perfectly good airplane. I mean, if the plane's going down, sure, you got nothing to lose. But if the plane's working fine, why would you jump out of it, you know? I won't bungee jump, you know. They said all the thrill of death without the commitment. Not always. Yeah. Hey, there's some things I'm just not doing, you know. Not that I'm really afraid. Again, maybe I am, but I'm just not going to do it. You know, I don't get a thrill out of that shit. You know, I never did and never will. I just, you know. Andy says, I'd fall into a barrel of tits and come out sucking my thumb. I don't know. That's an interesting concept, though. I wouldn't mind doing that myself. I don't think I'd be sucking my thumb, though, coming out of it. I like your thinking, though. Brains over brawn. Yeah, sometimes, but, you know. And sometimes, just like you said, twice I've had a gun pointed to my head. I thought the first time I was sure I was going to die. I was 17 years old. My friend's dad thought that I was ruining his life or something, you know, giving him, I was a bad influence. The gun was fake. I didn't know it. It was a starter pistol, but it looked like a .38 revolver. I was out hitchhiking. He pulls over, gets out of the truck, points it at my head, cocks the hammer back, and I just look at him, so do what you got to do. Yeah, I was scared shitless, but I wasn't going to give that motherfucker the satisfaction of seeing it, you know. And I really did. I thought that was it. 17 years old, I'm dead, you know. He pulled the gun back, uncocked it, jumped in the truck, and left. And then when I talked to my friend a few days later, I said, you know, your old man's nuts. He used to be a state trooper, so I guess he figured he probably, anytime he pulled his gun on somebody, he probably begged for their lives or whatever. I won't give you the satisfaction of it, you know. So when I didn't beg for my life, I guess he got mad and walked away. And I said, you know, he's lucky. I said, I could have had him arrested for that shit, you know. But You know, I didn't really care that much. So, you know, but yeah, I was scared to death. And the second time, another guy pulled the gun on me, but I knew the gun was empty. You know, and he didn't know that I knew the gun was empty. Once again, so you're gonna pull that trigger, you're gonna play with it. You know, same thing back then, because the whole thing, and I learned this the hard way, because I got my ass beat by 3 guys in my front yard many years ago. It's a dispute over something I had nothing to do with. But this guy was all pissed off. He just wanted to kick somebody's ass. So I said, after getting beat down by 3 assholes, you know, I had no chance to. I got one punch and that was it. And then they literally beat the hell out of me. So they took off. Well, I crawled back in the house, grabbed my gun, which I should have brought out in the first fucking place. Which probably a good thing I did, because I probably would have shot them. But legally, I could have got away with it. So anyway, I got the gun. I went looking for them. When I found them, they were at a Circle K, enjoying a drink. You know, they're proud of themselves. They beat a guy. 3 guys beat down one guy. So I pulled behind them so they couldn't back out. Got out of the car, fucking cocked the gun, grabbed the guy. The driver's head, the one that actually instigated the thing, shoved the fucking 45 in his fucking mouth, and says, "Give me a reason why I don't drop you where you sit." You know? And this fucker starts crying, begging for his life. "Please don't hurt me, sir. I didn't mean to hit you." Oh, no, no. Too late for that sir shit, man. You're going to die today. Meanwhile, his 2 buddies, they're part of the fucking passenger side door. They're crying. They all think they're going to die. And I'm kind of inside laughing about it. I had no intention of shooting them, you know, because I would have went to prison for it. That would have been flat out murder. But that's Tommy says, "Yeah, today I'm going to let you go. But if I see you again, next time I will kill you. You won't even see the bullet coming. If I ever see you again." Never seen either one of them again after that. You know. But it's funny because, like I said, they're all big and bad when they had the advantage. Well, when they lost that advantage, they're all crying and begging for their lives. And I've actually done that a few times to people, you know. Don't fuck with me, I won't fuck with you, you know. But I will never give you the satisfaction of begging for my life. If you're going to kill me, you're going to do it. So why would I beg for it and then wind up dying anyway? You know. You want to kill me? You're going to do it and look me dead in the eye when you pull that trigger or pull the knife or whatever. You know. It's not that I'm a badass or anything. It's just that there's certain things you have. It's principle, you know. And I've always been a principled person, you know. Which is not always a good thing, but it is what it is. But I was also learned a long time ago too that if someone's going to kill you, they're not going to fuck around. They're not going to talk to you. They're just going to pull their gun out, pull the trigger, and you're dead. If they don't do that, there's a 90% probability they're not going to. Now, still, it's a risk, but the odds definitely get in your favor if they don't immediately pull the trigger or stab you or whatever they're going to do. So that's a valuable lesson to know. And like I said, never show anybody your fear, because that's what they want. They want to see you beg for your life, plead for mercy and everything else, because they get off on that shit. Fuck you. I ain't giving you that fucking... I'm not giving you that pleasure. Not happening. There says, anyone that hang glides never flew a kite when they were a kid. I can tell you how many times my kite just decided no. Yeah, that's true. Same here. I've never hang glided either, or even the those glider airplanes, what they call them things. I had a friend that flew one. He ditched it in the ocean, almost died. You know, he was flying over the Gulf and what is it, power glider? It's a glider of some sort. I can't remember what they're called, but yeah, not good. Hey, Tom Strange and Things. Tom, how's it going, man? Good to see you. So we're going to have a rant? I don't know what the hell to rant about. Oh, yeah, here's something I can rant about. Since you guys are always, especially Tom, you'll get off on this one. I don't know if maybe you're getting these or not. Every day for the last 4, well, hold on, let me do the rant thing first. Is it time for a rant? It is time for a rant. Hey, Pedro, good to see you, man. That's a long time. I haven't seen you in a while. I checked out your video the other day, though. I didn't even know you were still doing things because I haven't seen anything. But anyway, let me get to the rant. So, yes, this is a rant. every day for the last 5 days on my phone, your favorite picture on my phone, I keep getting text messages from Comcast. And I think I already deleted them because I don't like my text inbox getting all crowded up. But I get a text from them around anywhere between 12 and 2 o'clock in the afternoon saying we are experiencing technical difficulties with Comcast and we want to apologize if it's affecting your area, and they give my address. And we expect to have it fixed by usually either 4 or 4:45, maybe 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I go, my internet's working fine, right? What the fuck are they talking about? 4 days this has been going on. And right around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, I get a secondary text message. We've repaired the problem. We apologize for any inconvenience this has given you. Is your internet working now properly? Of course, it's 1 no and 2 yes, so I punch into 2 for yes. And then they say, well, we're glad to hear that. What the fuck are they doing? you two, you be getting it too, Tom? I'm not surprised. There's something wrong with them people, Now I know they've been running new line because they've changed some of the poles out there. So I haven't. Well, for a while there, we were having outages. I didn't get any text messages, but it only lasts like maybe 20 minutes, just long enough for them to connect the line up, I guess. But all that's done now, and I'm getting these text messages literally every day saying that your area's been affected. No, it hasn't. My speeds are good. The internet's up and running. I don't understand the problem. It's crazy. Joe says, rant. I'm fed up with all the Harris ads. Well, yeah, me too. She's a dumb cunt anyway. Don't even listen to her. She's losing badly, by the way, regardless of what the news tells you. Tom says, Jim, that text message is a scam. Is it really? Yeah, it could be, I guess. I don't know. I mean, it seems legit, but how do you know? This Jim's people are fishing for information. I don't know why. They got everybody's fucking social security numbers. That 2.5 billion social security numbers just got released into the public domain, or somebody hacked them. I heard today AT&T lost something like 500 million social security numbers. I mean, apparently the whole damn world has all our socials. Now, what I did do, and this may be a good idea, I didn't know you could do it till recently. I did put a freeze on my credit report. As I say, a lot of them, though, it's phishing so they could get into your credit and, take loans out in your name. Now, my credit's so-so, but I froze all three. TransUnion, I can't remember what they are. There's three major credit bureaus. I put a freeze on all of them. I can unfreeze it anytime I want. It's real simple to do. Doesn't cost you anything. And it prevents anybody from doing a credit check or peeking into your credit reports. So you might want to do it. I don't have the link for it. You could probably do a Google search for the link. Just put in there, how do I freeze my my credit report? Just say it like that, and it'll bring up the site to do it. Well, they said it doesn't cost anything. Of course, if you want to do if you want to apply for a credit card or credit somewhere, you'll have to unfreeze them before you can do it. But it does safeguard your credit to a certain degree. So it's a smart way to do it. Derek says, Joe Rader, amen. They got all Biden's money. Or she did get all of Biden's money too. And he says they count it as a good customer interaction. Sure they do. They're changing your power poles too. I guess, well, they're gearing up for the hurricane season. Because a lot of the poles are really old and dilapidated. And they're putting a lot of concrete poles in, I noticed. We're still getting some wood ones too, but they're brand new, you know. So we'll see. Who's the better candidate? Well, Trump is, obviously. Um, Trump may not be a saint, but remember the first 4 years he was president, he did a lot of great things for this country, for us, you know. What have the Democrats done for us lately? They have done nothing for us in the last 60 years that I've been alive, you know. And if she gets in there, she will destroy this country. She wants to bring about communism, full out communism, destroy the middle class, destroy private ownership of cars, houses, and everything. If she succeeds in that, this country's done, you know. I think civil war will happen before that happens, but do we want that either? Not really. So vote for Trump, vote for your country. Tom says, all except the one in my neighbor's yard that is leaking over. We had a few of them here that were like that. You know, it's like, yeah, I don't know how they survived the last couple of hurricanes that came through. Mickey says, all the power lines in my neighborhood are being replaced right now. Tuesday, my electricity will be off half the day. That kind of sucks, but that's good, though, that they're... I don't understand why they don't go underground. If they're underground, they're safe, you know. I know it costs more to do it, but in the long run, it's going to save them a ton of money. Because every time a hurricane comes through here, or a hailstorm or anything, really, that could damage the poles, it costs millions of dollars to replace the poles, the wiring, all that. Plus, you got, you know, power outages all the time. It just doesn't make sense to me. Put the shit underground. Now, my main line is underground here that goes to the house. I have a pole out front, and we got overhead wires going out, but they feed it down the pole, and it's all my wiring is underground. So at least I don't have to deal with that, you know. Because I've seen back in Naples, I remember hurricanes came through, and actually, you know, if a branch or something hits your overhead line going to your house, it'll tear the meter out and part of your roof with it. You know, that wire ain't going to break. So I remember looking at a house that they were trying to sell, and the tree fell into the wire, tore the whole power line, the meter box and the overhead pipe and all, and about 6 foot of the roof off with it. You know, just tore it right off the house. So I feel, well, that's going to be an expensive repair. So, you know. Let's see. Derek says, Tom, there you go, applying logic to a situation. That's true. Joe says, my credit score is 350, so screw them. Well, yours is a lot worse than mine. Mine, I was actually doing pretty good. I was like 790 for a while. And then, I don't remember what happened. I just got behind on everything, and mine's down to like 560 right now. It's not bad, but it ain't good either. And I still got another credit card, you know, can't think of the damn word. It's only a $300 card, but it's good for emergencies, you know. And of course, interest rates that's part of the problem. All my cards start out with decent interest rates, and then they all went up to like 34, 35%. Not because my credit was bad, but because they could do it, you know. So when you start out with a card with 18%, which is not like great either, but, you know, then they give you a letter saying, well, we're raising your interest rate to 32. I'm going, holy shit, you know. And then a few months after that, you get another way. Well, we're going to raise it to 34, you know. Well, what the fuck? Whatever. They're loan sharking. So I went with this company that negotiates with them to get them lowered down. And in 3 years, I'll be completely debt free. So, and like I said, I'm not going to go that route again. You know, if you don't have the cash for it, don't buy it, you know. Let's see, Joe Rader, you should number your next loco 350. Ah, that's cruel, Derek. Come on. Jesse said they showed their true colors. Absolutely. Derek said Trump called her comrade Kamala. Kamala today. That's because she is. She's a fucking socialist. And he says a creaking door hangs the longest. That's true. Tom says, or a drunk runs his car. Yeah, I've had that happen too. I had that happen when I was living in Bonita. We're sitting there watching TV. It was early evening. It was still a little bit light out. We hear a big crash out front. All of a sudden the power goes off. So I go outside to see if there's some jackass with a bottle of whiskey. He hit the damn pole, cleaned it right off, man. You know, totaled the truck, sorta. I mean, it still ran because he got out, he looked at the pole, he looked at his whiskey bottle, he hurled that in the weeds, got back in the truck. The truck was still running. The fan was hitting the radiator and shit, you know. It was fluid all over the place. He backed up and kind of hobbled out of there. So my neighbor called the sheriff. I was getting ready to, but she beat me to it. Here comes a state trooper flying down there. What happened? The drunk, he's in a pickup truck. He just went down that way. He's not going too far. He made it about 2 miles. Truck seized up from overheating. And he got out of the truck and ran, or whatever he did. So they ran to check on the truck. They went to his house, which was like not far away from them, where the truck died. And that son of a bitch, they brought him back so we could identify him. Well, he was wearing sunglasses, so he was Mexican, you know. I hate to say it. They all look alike, especially with sunglasses on. So nobody could positively ID him. I said, well, it could be him, but I'm not sure, you know. Is it his truck? Well, yeah, he says his friend was driving. I said, well, he's a fucking liar, you know. Give him a breathalyzer. They said the whiskey bottle's right behind the pole in the bushes. I watched them throw it there, you know. So they did. They retrieved the bottle. They got fingerprints off of it, which just happened to match his. So he did go to jail. He had to pay for that pole. I think at that time it was like $3,000. And I guess his insurance paid for it, but, you know. So meanwhile, we didn't have electric until the next morning. Crews were out there all night replacing the pole, and, you know. It didn't break any of the wires, amazingly, but it shorted somehow, and like I said, we lost power. So Tom says you can't put high voltage underground. Maybe not like on the big poles, but on your power poles, that's only 11,000 volts. It's sort of high voltage, but the way it's expensive is because the wires have to be insulated. And they have to go each in their own conduit, which is PVC probably. They do it other places. New York City is all underground, mostly. There's other areas I can't think of at the moment where they have underground power. Naples started doing underground. All the new subdivision stuff's all underground. You know, the big transformers, they're mounted on the ground, the green ones, or some of them are gray. And, you know, you can't get to them. I mean, they're sealed. So, yeah, they could put it underground. But it's very expensive. They said it's like 5 times the cost of stringing bare wire overhead, because all your pole wires are bare. They're not insulated. Tom says they did it in DC and all the transformers. That's because them boneheads don't know what the fuck they're doing. Probably. All right, Jesse, have a good one, man. Thanks for popping in. Have a safe evening and a fun weekend. We'll see you next time, hopefully. Tom Grassi says, Jim, I was an engineer in a company. We designed electrical underground distributed products, and yes, you can run high voltage underground. Just need to do it right. So, like I said, apparently those idiots in D.C. didn't do it right. How are we surprised? Like I said, you know, Tom Kvichak, they started doing it in Naples, mostly downtown. Now, there was a plan for Naples Park to get all underground. I don't know if they started doing it yet. But they had already settled the contract, and FP&L was going to go ahead and put them underneath the road, or actually beside the prop in the frontage area, and they were going to do all Naples Park underground. Because I had to sign off on it when I still had the house, but they hadn't finalized the contract yet to actually do it. But they had to get all the homeowners' consent before they can actually do it. Well, everybody consented to it because, it just made sense. Might help the fact that, the way Naples Park was, each block, they put the power lines in the middle of the block, from like 96 to 95th in the middle there. And a lot of these guys had a tough time getting to the wires. There wasn't really enough front easement there to drive their trucks in, because the property lines were practically butted up to each other, and the pole would be sitting there. And if there wasn't an empty lot or a driveway or something where they get to the pole, they had a problem. So a few years ago, before I moved, we had a wire break. We lost power. So it was shorting out, Like I said, I kept hearing bzz, 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 bzz. I go outside and I look in the backyard and there's fucking sparks flying all over the place. So I called the fire department and FP&L because it was a fire hazard, Fire department came out, kept an eye on it. FP&L kind of dicked around with it, but they finally wound up replacing it about 3 days later. Well, thank God that my next door neighbor's driveway went all the way back to the pole, and they were able to work from there with a bucket truck. So, because otherwise they would have had some problems. There's no way to get to my backyard. It wasn't big enough for a vehicle to get back there. So, the same thing with some of my neighbors had the same issues. So, as I said, underground makes sense. Tom says, I had underground utilities where I lived in Naples. Unfortunately, the feed for the area, yeah, exactly. Well, as I said, unless you do it all underground, it doesn't make sense. I've got underground here, I've got no wire up on the roof. It's all underneath the driveway and, the foundation. But the pole is right there at the end of my driveway where it goes up the pole and all overhead. So if something takes down the line, same problem. All right, Joe, thanks for popping in. We'll see you next time. Have a safe weekend, and hopefully we'll see you next week. Hey, there's Dave, BNSFN scale. Hey, Dave, how's it going? So, I don't know. Like I said, sometimes it does. Same thing with, in Naples. They probably do it everywhere. I don't know. I never paid much attention, but in Naples Park, they had the sewer going right down the middle of the street underneath, which seemed to me to be stupid, because if they had a problem, and they did 3 times, they had to rip up the street to replace or repair the sewer line. Wouldn't it not make more sense to put it off the side of the road so they don't have to tear up a little bit of ground? Ground doesn't cost much to, grass or whatever. It's a lot cheaper than pavement. But yet they don't do it. They put it right dead center of the road. I don't get it, There may be a reason I don't understand, but it just seems kind of stupid to me. And he says, I've been up a few poles in my time, not for the faint-hearted. I've never climbed a pole. Well, I take that back. I've climbed up high enough to get to the cable, which is lower than the power lines. I don't fool with power lines. That's not my bag. Not going there. Cable's not because I used to tie in the cable, illegally back in the day. It was easy to do. And the cable company back then, I think it was Palmer at the time, they would put dummies in between the cable and where it would plug in. So it looked like it was connected, but it really wasn't. So all you had to do was drill out the center of the dummy, strip back the cable so that the center line is longer, put it through the dummy, screw it in, and it worked fine. But when they would come and look at it, they'd see the dummy up there, and they didn't know that you were actually stealing cable from them. I got away with it for many. I never got caught. I did it for probably 20 years, different places, Yeah, I'm keeping up with the chat. It does happen on occasion. So it's all about those leftists making things well, because they're idiots, you know. I mean, I didn't really want to get into politics, but you know what? Screw it. The Democrats bought in an abortion RV. They're not doing physical abortions, but they're doing chemical abortions for free. And for the men, they're giving free vasectomies. All you got to do is walk into the RV and snip, snip, and you're ready to rock and roll. Now, I don't know what the hell is with Democrats. They have they're screwing their own base. You realize this, right? Every time a Democrat gets fixed or aborts a baby, they're basically killing off their own people, you know, because the Republicans ain't playing that shit, you know. But the Democrats, like good little comrades that they are, oh, I better go get my balls snipped because, you know, it's bad to overpopulate the earth. Well, eventually there ain't going to be no Democrats left, and that'll be a good thing, of course, because they will have killed themselves off or, you know, not bred themselves into existence. You know. All right, Andy, have a good one, man. Thanks for hanging out with me, and I know it's late where you're at, so have a good night's sleep and a good weekend, and we'll see you next time. So, I mean, you know, what message is that putting out to America? The average American is family oriented. We all want to grow up, get married, you know, buy a house, have kids, work until our eventually retirement, hopefully, and relax for whatever remaining years we have left. That's the American dream to some degree. And the Democrats don't want you to have that. They want you to stop populating. They're not interested in the family, the what they call it, the nuclear family. They want everybody separate and hating each other. You know, they want to intermix the breeds. And I'm not racist, but I don't think blacks should be with whites and whites should be with Latins or any. I mean, if you want to do it, that's your business. But I don't really think it's right. I think you should stay with your own. Not because one race is better than the other, because they're not. I said I'm not racist. But, and I'll tell you something, I don't know how true this is, but I read a few weeks ago from some scientist, I don't remember his name. He claims doing a 25-year study, he has determined that people who intermix, intermarriage and breed, that within 4 generations they won't be able to breed anymore. They will literally become sterile. If that's true, maybe the Democrats are aware of this and that's what they're counting on. Because eventually we will cease to exist as a civilization if that actually does happen. Because you're seeing more and more. Blacks with whites, whites with Latinos, Latinos with blacks. You know, like I said, it's not that I don't consider anybody ugly or anything, but I prefer white women, you know. Am I racist? No. I think there's some really pretty black women out there, but I'm not going out with them, you know, because I don't think it's right. Now, my Aunt Mickey, white woman, my mother's sister, she married a black man and she got fixed before she did, so she could never have kids. She said, you know, I love this man. He's a great man, but I'm not going to bring half-breeded children into this world because it's not good for them. So I had to give her credit for that, but the problem I have with her is I haven't seen her in many, many years, but the last time I did see her, I swore she was a black woman with white face on. You know, she literally became black. I mean, in a way, you know. As I said, it's on her. I don't care. I don't dislike her. I don't not love her or accept her as my aunt, but, you know, I don't really agree with that. I think it's wrong. There are cultural differences that do tend to be a problem. And whether you want to admit to it or not, that's, you know, that's on you. So, Dave says, I think the tide is slowly turning back to sanity. Just have to fix the school system. Well, they need to shit can them. I think we need to just go back to homeschooling. I don't know if they can fix them, you know, because they're basically they're Marxist indoctrination centers, you know. It started happening when I quit school. I quit the 10th grade. That was in 74 or 75, I think. I don't remember now, but because I saw it going the same way. They weren't teaching us anything. And what they were teaching us was usually a lie. I got in trouble in school because my teacher insisted that Henry Ford invented the car. And I said, no, he didn't. Yes, he did. No, he didn't. Henry Ford invented the assembly line. He streamlined the process of creating a car, building the car, which lowered the price so that the average man could afford one. Because prior to that, they were all hand-built, and it was a long, arduous process, and it made the cars very expensive. Now, the actual person who invented the first gasoline-powered car in America was R.E. Olds, or what became Oldsmobile. And that was in 1901, I think, or 1902. It was a long time before Ford. Before that, there was the Daimler brothers in Germany. They had the first steam car, you know. So Ford did not create the first automobile of any sort. And I knew it, and I was right. But she had such I got sent to the office, got sent home for the day, you know, because I argued with the teacher. But they were actually giving us false information, you know. And my parents, they were kind of mad about it. She says, well, we got the old encyclopedia, the Britannicas. She says, bring one in that tells about Ford. So I did. I said, see, right here. It says right here, in, you know, Encyclopedia Britannica, Henry Ford invented the assembly line. R.E. Olds invented the first car in America, gasoline powered. So, you know, they didn't know what to say after that because I kind of caught them. But you're right, the school system's a joke. And they're turning out idiots nowadays. I mean, look at Gen X and Gen Z. You know, fuckers can't read. They don't really want to work. They don't know how to work. You know. And it's unfortunate because, you know, the schools are responsible. The schools and the parents both are responsible for that. Tom says, how stupid are the Dems? Let me count them. Oops, too many. Yeah, that's the truth, too. They really are stupid. And they have made a complete fucking mockery of the DNC convention. I mean, they said they actually lost voters on that. You know, which is still going on, I think. Today, the last day, or tomorrow is, I'm not sure. But they're doing so much stupid shit that they're actually pushing people away. Well, duh. You know. Ray says they don't. They're demonic. Yes, they are. Yeah, Dave, exactly. The first automobile assembly line, that's what Ford was responsible for. He did not make the first car. They get fast food jobs and can't make change without a screen. That's the truth of it, too. I mean, these people really are. And I hate to put them down like that, but they truly are stupid, you know. I mean, you know, math was never one of my strong subjects, but even I can make change. I mean, it's not hard. I didn't watch, oh, I didn't either, but I got snippets of it, you know, on YouTube, and it was pretty bad, you know. And of course, they got rioting going on up there, the pro-Palestinian people. And I don't understand why we just don't arrest them, load them up on a boat or a plane, and send them over to Palestine. You care about Palestine? Go fight for them. You know, we ain't got time for your shit here. You know, and I'm not for or against the Jews or the Palestinians. It's really none of our business. And we should not get in the middle of it. But these idiots, and most of them are college kids, free Palestine, no more death in Palestine. Well, why don't we load you on a plane or a boat, send you over there, and you could go ahead and help them. How's that sound? You know, half the fuckers wouldn't know what to do anyway. But we shouldn't put up with their shit here. We really shouldn't. And the funny thing is, most of them are Democrats, and they're just proving that Democrats will eat their own. You know, they're pissed off at Biden because he's not saving Palestine. They're pissed off at Harris because we don't know what the hell she is. She doesn't really know whether she's pro-Israel or pro-Palestine. You know, it's craziness. Tom says, Jim, I work at a university, only one without a college degree. Oh, yeah, you were telling me that the other night. And everybody around me is so stupid. I had high expectations when I started and was very disappointed. Yeah, we were talking about it the other night on the phone. And he was saying that he's the only one there without a degree. Everybody else in his company are degreed. And they're idiots. Not surprising. Me personally, I've never had much respect for college. I knew I couldn't afford to go, and I didn't really want to. I wanted to go. That's why I quit school. I quit 10th grade so I could go in the workforce, and I did. I took a 2-week vacation, to fuck around and do things, and went and got a job 2 weeks later, and I've been working ever till I had the stroke. So, I mean, that's what I did, because I wanted to make money. And I couldn't see any point in staying in high school, so I never got a diploma, obviously. And I never needed one. And I've made, $100,000 a year plus some of the jobs I was in, without degrees. And I just felt that it was a waste of my time. They said, well, you guys can sit here and play, sit in the classroom and play tiddlywinks with your teachers or whatever. I'm going to go out and get a job and make money. And that's what I did. Ray says, math may not be easy, but that's true. It is essential. And the thing is, when I was in school, I'm not bragging or anything. I mean, I was barely passing. I took trigonometry. I took advanced algebra, I kind of understood some of it, but I wasn't doing real well in it. But the reality, I took it as a challenge because I knew I'd never going to use it. The only thing I ever used in real life that I took in school was geometry. Geometry is important when you're designing cars or railroads or, you got to know angles. So geometry kind of really came in handy for me. But the rest of the shit, no. I didn't need algebra. I didn't need pre-algebra. I didn't need trig. I didn't need none of that shit because there was no point. I mean, if you're going to be a rocket scientist, yeah, maybe you need those things, but I wasn't going to be a rocket scientist, so what was the point? Actually, my best subjects, believe it or not, were history, science, and geography. Those were my favorite topics, and I was always a history buff, but Dave says DNC is a waste of time. Oh, that's true. They're all full of shit. They just want power. They want to be able to rule you, determine what you're going to do, when you're going to do it, how you're going to do it, if you're going to do it, and how much they can collect for you having to do it. Tax and spend, man. They love pissing away your money. Ray says, I can't help but feel that pro-Palestine are all anti-Semitic. Well, yeah, they kind of are. Curtis says, go against Israel, you go against God. That's biblical, yes. Like I said, I don't favor either one. I see where both are at fault. I mean, I don't badmouth the Jews, but the Jews are kind of like here. The average Jewish man or woman in Israel is probably a great person, like most Americans. Our government, on the other hand, they're all fucking lunatics. Well, the Israeli government's the same way. Netanyahu he's guilty of genocide, crimes against humanity, you name it. He wants to teach them a lesson and steal their land. I kind of got a problem with that, but I said it's not my fight. Let them duke it out; they'll figure it out, And if they push too far, well, I'm sure God will protect them. But if He decides that they've went too far, He may let them fall too. We don't know, But should we get involved in that war and lose American blood and risk possible nuclear war over it? Fuck no. Not our problem. Mickey said my best class was lunch. I was really good at that. I think we're all good at that one, right? Mickey. How can American Jews be anti-Israel? Well, they actually can, because what happens is a lot of them see the truth of what's going on. You know, I lived with a Jewish woman for several years. Um, she was very Jew oriented. You know, she followed the high holidays, and I learned a lot about Judaism and all that when I was with her. She went to synagogue every Sunday, Saturday, whenever they do it. I went with her. But she also, while she backed Israel, she did admit that she didn't always approve of what they were doing over there. And I think a honest individual could look at that whole situation and see where both parties are guilty. You know. Now, the Palestinians are saying they were forced into it. I don't necessarily agree with that. We know they hate the Jews, most of them. You know, Muslims hate Jews. The Jews are not fond of Muslims. They're a warring party. They've been at war for thousands of years. You know, I don't see that changing. Now, I realize that there's biblical things going on here, but from a worldview standpoint, the Jews walking into Muslim territory is like a single white man walking into, Harlem and yelling the N-word and not expecting anything bad to happen. It's kind of the same thing, There's some things you just don't do. And if you think you're going to take over Harlem because you think you have a right, you're going to find out probably not, Now, I don't know what's going on with the Jews. Are they in the right or not? I don't know. I know Trump got Jerusalem back under Israeli control, which is fine, It was theirs to begin with. But I think what they're doing, if they want the Palestinians out, they should provide them with a place to go and pay them for it. But they're not doing that. They're literally mowing down their houses and literally forcing them into the Red Sea. Well, if you trap a rat, what does it do? Does it just lay down and die for you? No, it's going to strike at you. It's got nothing to lose at that point. And I think to some degree that's where the Palestinians are. Now remember, in 1948, when Israel was granted itself a state by the United Nations or whoever was running the thing at the time, Israel was like this, real small. You look at Israel today, it's huge. Because they have been systematically stealing land from Palestine and making it Israel. I don't necessarily agree with that. Even if whether it's theirs or not, or they think it's theirs, doesn't matter. That'd be like if the Indians, the Native Americans, decided to take all of America back. Would we just let them? Of course not. We'd slaughter them, Just because, yeah. Did we steal it from them? Yes, we did. Were we right? Probably not. But that was before my time. I'm not taking any blame or credit or anything for that. I'm here today. This is American land, and that's just the way it is. And every country on earth, every piece of land on earth had been taken by force at one time or another throughout human history. Doesn't make it right or anything, but it's what happens, But I think that if the Jews were really wanted to be correct and godlike, they would, maybe even the Palestine don't want to leave, too bad, give them fair market value, help them move to a better place, and then take the land. But just to take it by force and indiscriminately kill Palestinians, how is that any better than what Hitler did to the Jews in World War II? It's the same fucking thing, And that's just the way I look at it. I'm sorry, a lot of people may not agree with me, but how else can you look at it? Hey, Alan's Train World, how's it going? Good to see you here. Dave says Israel was much bigger when formed in 48, including Jew. Is it? I'm not sure. I've read that it was actually small, and they've expanded it over the years. Matter of fact, there are maps on the internet, which are they real? Who knows? That show Israel's expansion since 48. And I know before like in Bible times, Israel had that whole territory. And I can't remember who pushed them out, but somebody did. And God promised them that they would get it back. But I don't necessarily agree that that's the right way to do it. I don't know. They said, it's really not my problem. What you do in your land is your business. I don't care if you kill each other, suck each other's dicks, whatever you want to do. That's your problem. It had nothing to do with me, you know. And I don't want to see American blood spilled in Israel or Palestine or anywhere else on this planet. We need to stop interfering with everybody else's problems. Tom said, yes, and Israel was given that land too. Okay. Like I said, I don't know the whole story on it, just what I've read. But, you know, I still think it's wrong, though, to indiscriminately kill people. I mean, and if it's good enough for them, let's do the same thing here. Start killing all the illegals. I mean, if Israel can do it, why can't we? Jesse in Oklahoma. Jim, I posted a thank you on my community page. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Alan says, so far, okay, I'm with you, Jim. America needs to keep our nose in. That's true. I firmly believe that. We need to stop interfering in other people's problems. And I've talked about, well, not here, but I've talked about in the Wise Guy videos that I do, that what we've got with Israel is Big Brother syndrome. You know, Israel's little brother, we're Big Brother. And Israel goes around saying, if you don't do what I say, I'm going to sick my big brother on you. You know. And that's kind of what it looks like to me, you know. Every time they get in a bind, they beg us for help. Money, American blood, whatever, you know. And it's like, no, we need to stop doing this shit, you know. Now remember, a lot of people said the Jews, well, Israel, the Israeli government, I should not call them the Jew, the people themselves I think are fine, but the people in the Israeli government actually orchestrated 9/11. And there's a lot of evidence to suggest that they did, okay? Now, whether you believe that is up to you, but from what I've seen and read, I believe it, okay? And the reason being is that they wanted to get us in trouble with the Muslims so that we would take the Muslims out for them. Because they really can't do it. The Muslims outnumber the Jews like probably 30-1. Now, the Jews have the bomb and all that other stuff, but they're going to lose too to some degree. They're going to take heavy numbers, heavy losses. But if they get us to fight the war for them, well, then they don't have to lose any blood over it, you know. We will, but no, they don't care about us. Remember, to the average Jew, we're still Goyim. If you don't know what Goyim means, look it up on Google it, okay? The Jews consider Goyim nothing more than cattle. Now, not all Jews feel that way, of course, but the higher-ups, I believe, do. And they will use us and kill us and do whatever they need to do so that they succeed. And I kind of got a problem with that. Tom says, my big question is, why do we send Israeli millions every year? Why they never give us anything? Well, because like I said, we're a big brother. I only need 15, I think we've been given between 15 and 18 million, or billion, excuse me. 15, 18 billion dollars every year for as long as I've been alive. My understanding of it. They're doing real well over there. We're not doing so good, but they're doing great. You know, how do you think they built up all those nuclear weapons? And they have the neutron bomb. You know, the bomb that was outlawed on planet Earth, they have it. You know, it's the bomb that kills people, but not buildings. Basically, it's a dirty bomb, I guess. But it's been banned on the entire world, yet they have it. They admit they have it. You know. Jesse says, lots of truth flying around. Yeah, that's true, it is. Alan says, Thomas, right on. You know, I'm saying, we're not taking care of our veterans. We're not taking care of our sick and our homeless. And there are some people that actually deserve help. Not everybody, obviously. The veterans absolutely deserve way more than they were giving them. And I've never fought. I've never served our country. You know, I never needed to. There was no wars going on when I was of age. You know, I didn't avoid a draft or anything, but But I still, my dad was a World War II veteran, and they took really good care of him. I have friends that fought in the Gulf War, and they get shit on by the VA. Vietnam War. Most of the Vietnam soldiers that came back, the ones that did come back, some not whole, they get shit on by the government. I think it's wrong. If it were up to me, and I swear to God, this is my belief, if you fought in a war overseas and you make it back home, you should be giving a house free of charge, tax-free for life, and whatever medical attention you need free of charge for life. And even then, that's really not enough, but I'd live with that, But we don't do that. Hey, they serve their purpose. We could shit on them now. It don't matter. They can't do anything for us anymore. That's a bad way to run things. It really is. But unfortunately, that's what it amounts to. JT for president. If I were president, they'd assassinate me the first fucking week. Maybe sooner. And I'm not kidding. Because you know what? You heard where Trump said he might have to be a dictator for a couple of days. I would have to be one too. And the first thing I would do is put aside the money to build hangman's nooses, what do you call them? The gallows, 20 wide, and start dragging people in to be hung for treason, crimes against humanity, and not just Americans, all over the fucking world. Because I see so many enemies out there that hate humanity and are trying to destroy all of humanity, as well as us. And they need to be hung. So they'd never let me do that, of course, They'd have to, take me out. That's why they tried to take out Trump, Because they know he may do the same thing. I don't know if he's going to go as far as I want to, but, I know he wants to hang all pedophiles. No argument there. I'd hang them, just make sure they're guilty. And if you've been proven guilty beyond any doubt, especially if you're dumb enough to admit to it, there's the rope for you, bud. Same to any criminals, really. You murder somebody, punishment should fit the crime. If you hack somebody to death, guess what? You're going to get hacked to death, If you raped a woman to death, that's going to be a really bad day for you. Seriously. And same thing with the illegals. You know what? If you come in this country illegal, we throw you back over. We'll give you one chance. Second time you come back, you get the bullet. We just shoot you on sight. Problem solved. That shit will stop literally overnight. And stop giving them free shit. Why do you think they come here? They're not coming here for a better life. They're coming here for free stuff. Have you seen New York City lately? It's a disaster area. Between the pro-Palestinian people, the gangs from South America, Guatemala, Venezuela, Panama, all the places, they cleaned out their prisons and mental asylums and sent them up here. So these people now, they're stealing, they're killing, they're raping women. And the cops are doing zip about it, If you're a gang member in this country, if you have gang tattoos, you're a gang member, we shoot you on sight. You don't need a trial. That's how you eliminate gangs. Now, am I getting crazy serious about this shit? You bet your ass. That's why I said I wouldn't last a week as a president, but I would have all that shit done. I cleaned this country up inside of 3 months. I'd go after the pharmaceuticals. You're guilty of murder. You produced medicines that kill people. That's murder. You're hanging. You want to produce medicines? That's great. Test it. Make sure it's safe for the average person. Otherwise, you're going to hang. They do this in China. Some years ago, some company they had tainted milk. Drinking milk. The CEO of the company was executed over it because he was held responsible because the milk had some kind of plastic in it, Melmac in it. The stuff that they made Melmac plates out of, dishes. It had that in there. It was poisonous, people died from it, especially small kids and shit. So the Chinese government grabbed that fucker and they executed him. Now, he won't be doing that no more. And the next guy that took over, we better make sure this milk is, safe and edible. Because you know what would happen. Why don't we do that here? If you're supplying something, a good or whatever that people need to survive, and it hurts or kills somebody, that's murder. Whether it's premeditated or not doesn't. That's another thing. What's with the 6 types of murder? At the end of the day, that son of a bitch is dead that you killed. It doesn't matter whether it's premeditated, accidental, crime of passion, 2nd degree, 3rd degree. None of that shit matters, because at the end of the day, that motherfucker's dead. And you should have to forfeit your life for it, unless, of course, it was self-defense. In which case, you should get a medal pinned on you. That's just the way I think, and I don't think I'm alone. I think a lot of people do it the same way that I would do it. Raymond says, if you discriminate against disabled people, you go to prison. Oh, that's true. It's the same thing with elder abuse. I agree with that, But then again, I also have issues with it. Now, I'm disabled, okay? I don't expect special treatment. I have a parking permit. I could park but I can't really walk, I see a lot of disabled people, supposedly, that sprint to the front door of the store and they're parked in the handicap spot. Really? I would put a stop to that shit, If you're seriously physically disabled, where you can't walk properly or run or you have bad balance or something, you get the sticker. If you have mental disability, that doesn't give you the benefit of better parking, Maybe you shouldn't be driving if that's the case. Now I've threatened to do the what do you call ADA, American Disability Act, on several companies just because they pissed me off. Would I do it? No. Because there are some things where we really are discriminated against that should not be. But if you refuse to hire me for a job that I may not be capable of doing because of my disability, that's not discrimination. That's good sense for the employer. And that's where we have problems. Because an idiot could go apply for a brain surgeon job, and because he's disabled, he doesn't get hired. It's got to do with his disability because he's a fucking moron. But he'll pull the ADA, say, well, he didn't hire me because I'm disabled. Bullshit, So you got to be real careful that whole discrimination thing, because it doesn't always work the way it's supposed to. Remember years ago, remember Hooters restaurant? Some woman that was flat-chested tried to get a job as a server. Well, Hooters, you're supposed to have big ones. Well, they wouldn't hire, and they told her why. So we're sorry we can't hire you, but you don't fit the image that we're trying to portray in our restaurant. Basically, they told her, you got no tits. You can't work here. She sued them. I don't think she won because it wasn't technically discrimination, but she tried to pull that. Well, they discriminate against me because I'm flat-chested. No, we didn't hire you because you don't meet the criteria that all our employees have to meet. There was a guy who tried to become a server at Hooters. They wouldn't hire him because, well, he was a guy, He wouldn't pretend to be a woman or anything. He was a guy, dressed like a guy. He just wanted to work at Hooters. Maybe he wanted to look at the other girls. I don't know. But they wouldn't hire him. He tried to sue him. He lost too. Saying, look, they're not discriminating against you, but they have a certain criteria that you must meet in order to work for them. Not doing it is not discrimination. It simply goes against their business model, Now, if they didn't hire, say, a black woman with big ones because she was black, that's discriminatory. Even though I still think that as a business, you should have the right who you can hire and fire at will. I did, I've had several companies that I owned. All did very well, by the way. And, there were certain people I wouldn't hire. you know. Not because it was racist or anything, but because, you know, I knew I wouldn't get the work out of them. When I worked at the golf course, we had all illegals working there, mostly for, on the golf course. And my boss decided to hire this black guy. So, of course, the Mexicans, they were all pissed off about it because they don't like the blacks, which I didn't know that until that time. But I didn't really have an issue with it, but they kept coming to me because I was a manager there, and they says, he don't work. He sleeps out in the back nine. I says, are you sure? He says, yeah, go look, So I hop in the car, I go back there, I look around, there he is sleeping in the weeds. The whole 3 weeks that he was there, I'd never seen him work. So finally, I went to my boss, I said, we got to let this guy go. I can't fire him. Why not? Well, that'd be discrimination. I said, well, let me fire him. So he said, you want to go ahead and fire him? Go ahead. So now I had that authority. I can hire and fire. Sometimes I had to get consent. Most of the time I didn't. So I said, all right, no problem. I said, he'll be out of here. I said, I'm going to call my office today and I'm going to let him go. I'm going to fire him. So I called him in the office. I said, look, I said, I don't really know you that well. You don't work under me. But I'm getting complaints from all the other workers saying that you're not working, that you're sleeping in the weeds in the back nine. He said, that's a lie. That's bullshit. I'm thinking to myself, you asshole, I caught you doing it. But he didn't know I caught him. So I said, so you're telling me they're all lying and you're working hard? Yes, sir. You're a fucking liar. And I told him right to his face, first off, asshole, I saw you sleeping in the weeds. And I've been keeping an eye on you, and I've not actually seen you do any work in the last 3 weeks. So I said, I'm going to fire you because you were hired to do a job, not to take a nap every day. Oh, discrimination. I said, you could, but you'll be yelling it from a shallow grave. Do you really want to go there? What are you talking about? I said, well, I'll fucking kill you. I don't have a problem with it. You want to threaten me? I'll promise you, dude. I don't make threats, So I said, now get your stuff, clock out. You can come back in a week and a half to get your final paycheck, and we're done here. And of course, he called me a cocksucker and a few other things, but I didn't care, Never had a problem with him again. My boss, he kind of listened in on the whole thing from a distance, and he says, weren't you worried he'd sue us? I said, no, because I think he's more worried about me killing him than him suing us. He says, you wouldn't kill. I said, of course not. He didn't know that. He says, I look at him, dead in the eyes, straight face. Dude, I will kill you as soon as I look at you if you get stupid. You're not doing your job. You're getting fired and completely justified in doing so. And you need to deal with it, And that's the way I handled things. And then after that, they had me fire, anybody that needed to be fired, they had me do it. They were all afraid, Yeah, what the hell you're afraid of? What are they going to do? I mean, I did have a gun on premises. I was allowed to keep my gun there, in the office at my 45, But, unless somebody gave me a reason, I wasn't going to use it. But I was never worried about it. It's the way it goes. Hey, Two Real Fans, how you doing? Good to see you here tonight, man. Tom Grass says, when I worked at the Borgata Casino, the Borgata babes need to be certain height, weight, and looks. They got sued and Borgata won. There you go. So I'm saying it's a business model. It's not necessarily discriminatory. Like I said, and it shouldn't matter. I mean, years ago when I had my shop, we had flooding in Bonita Springs. It was really bad. East Bonita was literally underwater. So the Red Cross came in and they set up a deal with all the mechanics to repair anybody, mostly Mexicans, repair their cars and they would pay the bill. Red Cross would. All right, whatever. So needless to say, I was a pretty popular shop there. I wasn't the only one, but we were all going through the same thing. But most of the guys, they didn't care. They'll take their money, I had guys come in, they were dragging cars out of the weeds that hadn't been on the road in probably years. And one guy brought in this old Chevy, how was it, a Chevy, wasn't an Impala, it was something like an Impala, but it's an older car, it was from the 70s. The floor pan was completely rotted out of it. It didn't run. The motor was seized up. You know, it was rust everywhere. It was all fucked up. You could tell it hadn't been driven in years. Guy has a tow in. He says, can you fix this? I looked at him. I said, are you kidding me? I can't fix that. Put it in the junkyard and get another car. Really would probably cost $10,000 or more just to get it running. You have to put a floor pan in it for one. Could drive it that way. I mean, there was nothing holding up the seats. Windshield was cracked, motor seized up. The car was junk. So he says, so you're not going to fix it? No, sir, I can't do it. It's too far gone. So he went to the Red Cross, and Red Cross called me up threatening to sue me because I refused to repair the car. I says, first off, your deal is for flood damaged cars, correct? Well, yeah. This car is not flood damaged. It's been in a field for years. There's no floor pan in it. There's no way a floor pan's going to rot out of a car in a month's time. Not going to happen, I said, they're dragging these cars in from the woods. You're willing to foot the bill on these. We're talking, you could buy them another car cheaper than it would cost for me to fix these things. So you're not going to fix it? No, I'm not going to fix it. Well, you have to. I don't have to do anything. Well, that's discrimination. It's, no, it's not. It's refusal to fix something that's beyond repair. As if I attempted to fix one of these cars, they drove it out here, got in a wreck, the insurance company would investigate it, find the car wasn't up to par, because it wouldn't be, I'd get sued for that. Ain't going to happen. I said, you think you can sue me? Go ahead. I said, I'll go right to the TV news. I will blast us all out that you're paying for cars that weren't in the flood. Do you really want that publicity? I'll be more than happy to give it to you. Well, they hung up on me and never heard from them again. I stood my ground because I had no choice. But this is what happens, unfortunately, with some of these deals. I mean, they may have good intentions, but somebody's going to take advantage of it, Now, if somebody would have, and that's the thing, nobody brought in a legitimately flood damaged car. I would have fixed it if it was enough. I mean, if, like it was a Toyota used to put the brain boxes underneath the driver's seat. So if the water got inside the car, it destroyed the ECM. You have to replace it and dry out that area, and you can make it run again. It'll be fine, That's a fixable problem. But when the floorboard's gone, or there's holes like this in the roof or the trunk, and the motor seized up, you can pretty much bet it wasn't flood damaged. But they didn't like the idea that I refused to fix the cars, And they threatened to sue me, pull my license, all that crap. Yeah, go ahead. I'll go to the news and TV news and the newspapers. I'll destroy you people. Do you really want to go there? I guess they didn't. Ray says, let's go on to our hobbies. I agree. Crane Man 1, hello to Railway. Thomas says, Jim, how hard is it to build a huge train layout? It's not really hard. It's expensive. No matter how you look at it. Nowadays, it's really expensive because everything's so costly. Depending on, I don't know what you consider huge. I mean, this might be considered huge. This is 12 by 32. Where then you got Sparky. I think he's almost 40 length, and I think he's 15 wide, something like that. And he has 3 levels. His is huge, Tom Grassy's got a huge layout in a compact area, but it's still a lot there. So you'd have to define what huge means. And it's not really hard. There are certain things that you will learn along the way. Track planning is a necessity. If you just willy-nilly try and lay track, you're probably going to find you're going to run into problems. So even if you make your own or you pay somebody, get a track plan and try and adhere to it as best as you can. Now, like this here, might get it out of here without dragging everything with it. This is my track plan for the second level. It's not real fancy, but it gives me an idea what I want to do. It's not the scale, which is also kind of a problem, but it does give me something to work with. So, you know, you got that in mind. That's the biggest thing. Laying your track is, it's important to get it right, because if you don't, you're going to have problems. You're going to have derailments. You're going to have dead spots, you know. Also, if you're going to do DCC, you want to have track feeders every so many feet or yards to make sure that you get all your track is well electrified. And mostly just planning, you know. And some guys will just dive right in. I've done it. Dive right in, not knowing what the fuck I'm doing. And, you know, then I'll start running into problems and I have to make corrections. And at the end of the day, it's like, oh, that ain't really what I wanted. I wind up tearing it down and starting over again. And I've done that 8 damn times. Don't make the same mistakes I did. So, but really, it's more about money and track planning and just observing good track laying and just observing some of the rules that you really have to abide by, you know. Mickey said, I had my own assigned seat on the little bus. You mean a short bus? We used to make fun of the short bus all the time. But it really wasn't always for that. Sometimes it was for smaller areas where there weren't many kids. It didn't make sense to send a full-size bus, you know, for 5 or 6 kids. So, you know. Thomas says, some people want a mechanic to fix their junk-ass cars and they are rotten. Well, that's true. Like I said, there comes a time when you got to look at something. Is it worth fixing? Everything could be fixed. If you have enough time and money and smarts to do it, you can repair anything. You know, and I've seen people take, you know, Model A's and Model T's that are nothing but rusted junk, and a year later, and, you know, maybe $100,000, and they're beautiful, better than new cars, you know. But is it really worth it? I mean, for them, obviously it was, but for me, would it be worth it? Oh, hell no. Yeah. Like I said, I'll get to a point where, you know, is this really worth my time and money? If it's not, then I'll walk away. Thomas is 32 by 26. That's a pretty big layout. Like I said, mine's 32 long, the whole length of my shed. Now I'm only using, I think, maybe 24 for the actual layout. But I'm only 12 wide. 26 wide. That would be great if you could do it. I wish mine were wider, because then I would not have had this drop down section here. I would have had loops on each side. But you take what you can get. For a layout that size, though, it's hard to come up with a price because it depends what you do. But you could probably easily invest probably $10,000 into something like that. You know, I mean, everything, you know. Well, most everything. You're going to have a couple thousand tied up just in the tracks, you know. I mean, and like I said, depending upon how much you want to go with it, you know. If you have a simple oval in that area, that'd be cheap. But if you want to have, say, 2 main lines, sidings, run by track and spurs and all that, yeah, you're going to get into some money. I mean, that's something you would have to figure out, you know, what you're going to do and what it'll cost. At the time when I did this, I didn't have unlimited money, but I had a lot, you know. When I sold my house in Naples, I went up with $107,000 left over after I bought my house up here. So, I mean, there were things I had to buy. I had to buy a riding mower. I had to put $60,000 in the house to make all the updates and repairs on it. But I got it really cheap, you know. So then I lost money because I was originally going to put this shed behind the house because the idiots told me that was my land. My fault, I didn't get a survey. I had a platform built, and my neighbor says, how'd you get how'd you get permission to build there? I said, what are you talking about? He says, well, that's railroad property. Oh, fuck. So I lost $4,000 on that. My own stupidity, you know. Then I bought a 20, because I was really wanted to do a 20 by 40 layout. I had the money for it. I was going to buy a steel building that they would assemble here, and I would finish out the inside, but 20 foot by 40 foot, it's pretty big, you know. And my original track plan was actually designed for that. So everything fell through. I wound up buying this. I paid $8,200 for this shed. Didn't have any inner walls or electrical or anything in it, just basic shed. And that probably put another, I'd say easily $6,000 into it. Air conditioning, electrical, inner walls. There was a floor here, but not a tiled floor, so I put tile down. Had to put a ceiling up, insulation all the way around, bench work. It's probably more than that. It's probably closer to 10,000. I never sat down and thought about it. I could probably sit down and figure it out, but why? So it's not hard to blow. And like I said today, it's twice as expensive, if not even more. You know, I bought 100 sticks of 3-foot flex track Atlas. I paid $210 for the box. Now they're $400 for the same box. You know, same with the locomotives. A lot of locomotives, even the scale trains locos I bought, the DCC with sound, the advanced rivet counters. I think I paid $163 for them. You know, they're almost $300 now. You know, so I bought everything at the right time. You know, more or less. But I say even the shed now is $12,000 for the same shed. You know, prices just went through the roof. So I think that's what you have to look at. And of course, you know, unless you're a millionaire or very wealthy, you're probably not going to have all the money you need right up front. And this was supposed to be a lifetime hobby. So you start out, you work your way up, you finish it in time, if you ever even finish it. And, you know, every month or every whatever, you add to it. And so you're not going to, I mean, I've been doing this now for what, 3 years? Still not finished. Not even close, you know. You know, you said I made a change. I decided a new second level. I'm going to add an addition onto the shed, put a helix out in the new addition, and move some of this other stuff in the new addition. So there's a whole lot of stuff that's got to be done, you know. Two real fans said would love to have that much room for that. Yeah, we all would. But you know, looking back at it, if I had succeeded in doing the 20 by 40, I would have ran out of money long before I got anywhere near where I'm at now. Because I really did have a limited amount of funds, you know. Thomas says, my layout will be all scale trains. Well, I guess if you can afford it, you know, if you got the money, go for it. He says, I have 3,500 HO scale tracks already. That's a lot. That's good, though. I mean, like you said, if you got the stuff, then it's just a matter of building, you know, or a room, whatever. Do I want an HO scale? Well, I've got all locos I want, really. It's an F3. Probably not. I've got an F7 here. That was originally for the passenger line, but it's more of a static model now than anything else. So, because I've only got one passenger line, and that's the overhead rail. And I'm going to get a P72 to put on that. Is it P72 or P42? Never remember. The late model Amtrak locos. So I'm not going to be using the Santa Fe, which I actually repainted into the Millennium livery. So thanks for the offer, but actually I'll pass on it. I would suggest giving it to somebody who actually might need it. I really don't need it, so. And that's kind of where I'm at with a lot of things now. I mean, I've got a few things here I'm going to probably give away anyway that I'm never going to use. Um, Nothing of any real value, but you know. Racer DC may require more wiring, but it's a cheaper alternative to DCC. There's always the opportunity to. Well, that's true. Um, you can still run a bus line, sort of, but you're going to break it and have blocks. Well, like you said, if you wanted to upgrade later, you would simply connect them to get back together, eliminate the blocks, or you want to keep the blocks. Get your DCC set up on there, and you're good to go. But yeah, it is cheaper, but I think ultimately you'll probably regret not starting with it, unless you're really, really tight for money, you know. Jimmy was going to give me some crossings for my way out. You never did find them. Did I? I don't remember. I probably don't have them anymore. I might have. I think I had one and I gave it away. I used it as a contest. I don't know. I don't have any more. I don't. But then again, I don't have a need for them either. That's true, Ray. Common Rail DC is even easier when it comes to DC cab wiring. That's true. But you miss out on so much of what the capabilities of DCC, though, is, you know. As I said, you can use blocks, which most DCC guys do, if you want to run, you know, multiple locos, but you're still at the mercy of the limited locomotive, you know, capability. But DCC, you can run 10 on the same track, different speeds, different directions. I mean, you probably wouldn't do that, but you could, you know. DC, that's not happening. So, you know. You had flashing light. Oh, you're talking. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't know what the hell happened to them. I can't find them either. If I ever find them, I'll send them to you, but I don't know what the hell I did with them. They're buried somewhere. Like I said, I'm working on these, which I will not be giving these away, but these are motorized railroad crossings with a motorized arm on it. Still working on it. I mean, this unit actually works, but I'm trying to, I haven't sat down and figured out the Arduino circuit for it yet. Now, it could also be done manually, but you know, where's the fun in that? So I really like to have an automatic setup going. So at some point I will work that out, but it's on the back burner right now. All right, Curtis, have a good one, man. Thanks for popping in, and we'll see you next time. There's never a short circuit, even if the two power packs are in opposite polarities. How is this possible? It's rather baffling. You mean on DC? Yeah, there'd have to be, because they've got positive and negative polarities on them. They're not, you know, they're not either way, I don't think. Because as I remember, DC, put your wires on and have the switch up for forward, turn your train on, it'll go forward. If you want to back it up, there's a reverse switch that reverses the polarity. So it'll back up, or you can manually cross the wires and they could go backwards. So yeah, there is a polarity on that. And same with DCC. You know, even though DCC doesn't actually have a positive and negative per se, it still has polarity, and it will short if you cross. So, which is why sometimes if you have a loop, you have to have a reverser on the loop, so that when the train, it acts really quick. When the train hits the cross of the loop, it'll automatically reverse the polarity, so it doesn't short. Uncommon, I really don't know, Raymond. I might be wrong on that. I don't know. But if that's the case, then the train can only run in one direction, which means that there's no polarity on either wire. But then the train would only run one way. It couldn't back up. Because in order for it to back up, you'd have to reverse the polarity. But if there is no polarity, then it'll only go one way. That much I do know, I think. Hey, Steve87, PSAP. How you doing, Steve? Yeah, I'm still on. You know, I say I'm only going to go so far, and I look at the clock, and a fucking hour went by. I don't know how the hell that happened. But it does, you know, it's no big deal. I mean, hey, we're here to have fun anyway, you know. So as long as we're having fun and we're somewhat talking about trains, it's a good thing. But of course, I don't know, if you got 3,500 pieces of track, you probably don't need any free stuff. Thomas, you obviously have more money than I do. I could be wrong, but that's my impression, you know. Now those crossings, the flashing crossing, you can get them on eBay. I think they're 2 for $10. They do come from China, because the ones I got were from China too. And most of them come with the flashing board. So all you have to do is supply power to them. I think they run on, yeah, I think they run on 12 volts, I believe. But they'll tell you what the voltage is on them. But one of us is glitching. Is it me? Could be. Nah, I don't think so. I don't know. Who knows? So yeah, that's something. I mean, if you really want them that bad, the chances of me finding them are slim to none, except for maybe, you know, years from now. Yeah, We Be Honest has them. There you go. I said they're only, I think there are 2 of them for, they used to be, I don't know, they might be more now, but when I bought them, I think I got 2 of them for $9.99, and they both, well, 2 of them came with one flashing unit, which can operate both of them. But I don't know what the hell I did with them. I can't find them, you know. Now I've got a lot of drawers full of crap that maybe one day, I don't know when, not anytime soon, I'll have to pull out each drawer, empty it, go through it, you know, and reorganize and maybe get rid of shit that I don't need. I mean, like I said, I've got a lot of storage area here to some degree, and I don't always know. And sometimes, it's like rollers, you know. I needed a new roller to, what the hell I do? Oh, to paint the asphalt on the, this right here. You can see it right back in there. That whole length is asphalt. I'm going to put a highway into, but the highway will be styrene, painted black with lines and all that on it. But I still made it asphalt for parking and whatever. So the easiest way to do that, because it's so long, was the little foam roller. Well, I had 2 of them. I found a damn pan, couldn't find the rollers. And then I tore this place apart looking for them. I said, screw it, I'm just going to go buy a new one. So I bought a new one. And I'm looking for something else. I opened the drawer, and there they are, buried in the back. You know, it's the same thing with the tools. We all go through it. But it is what it is. So, you know. So it's that way with a lot of things. Sometimes I have to buy things again, and then after I buy them, then I find the ones I was originally looking for. It sucks, but it happens, and I think it's just Murphy's Law. Ray says, I wired the track with blocks and common rail and the Atlas selector. I ran both trains each in their own blocks and power pack. I ran the 2 in opposite directions, and there was no short. Well, yeah, but they were in separate blocks. If you were to get on the same block, you would probably have problems. You know. So, yeah, that does make sense, actually. But that's the whole point of using different blocks. You know. so that you can run multiple locos actually on the same track to some degree. To me, it seems like it's more complicated than DCC. It may be cheaper, but it's more complicated. DCC is simple. You run a bus line, two of them, all the way around your layout. You drop feeders, say they recommend every 3 yards. Depending on your track, you can make that choice. I don't have that many feeders on mine, and we don't have any problems. You run your feeders into your bus lines, and as long as your track is clean, you're good to go. And you program your loco, usually to its road number. Type that into your cab controller, and you can run, I think mine, I can run up to 7 or 8 locos simultaneously, because that's what the power pack will handle. If I want more, I can put boosters on the system and run more engines. But that seems to me like the easiest way to do it. Yes, it costs more, but, Steve says, yeah, don't we all need to do that? I got stuff ain't gonna be used, have no idea where it is. Same problem here. I got tons of shit, I don't know what the hell I'm keeping it for. I mean, it'll be good stuff for giveaways and shit, None of it's junk, just that I don't have a use for it, And sometimes I print things and then I decide I don't want to use them, I'll do them in a giveaway, or I'll just give them away, or whatever, whatever. It's not a big deal. Yes, Highways and Byways does have some great. I gotta buy more of their stuff. As a matter of fact, I've got a little bit left, but that's what I used on all my roadways. They said I got white styrene sheets. I cut them. I think they're 4 inches wide, 2 lanes, and I put the yellow line on one side, white line on the other, and depending whether it's a no passing zone, broken yellow lines or solid yellow lines for no passing zones, Plus they have railroad crossing signs. They got all kinds of shit, and they're not that expensive. It's been a good deal to go that route. So, actually, I've got a ton of Jersey barriers. I made them for somebody, and then decided that they weren't ready for them. I don't remember who wanted them, but I think I printed 50 of them. And now I got them. I'll probably use some of them somewhere, but probably not necessarily on the highway. They're not. If it was a 4-lane highway, yeah, I would use them in between the 2 lanes. But it's simply 2 lane. It's not wide enough for 4 lanes. So, and I don't really have a place to put a 4-lane highway. But I could use those barriers like in construction zones or, bypasses. There's lots of places I can use them, but I've got 50 of them that I printed. John Nippenberg, how's it going? Good to see you. Ray says, I'm getting rid of all my double-aught gauge trains. I just don't find them to be that reliable anymore. Well, those are what, English and, the same thing as HO sword, isn't it? But like the English variant. Steve says, hi, Thomas, are you on strike too? That news to me. I don't know, like I said, I was looking at maybe buying some older DC locos, older stuff, and upgrading them, but I don't know if it's really worth the aggravation. Most of the DC stuff has split chassis, where they put an insulator on each side. Now, Tom Grassi found a way to simplify putting decoders in those, and it would work, You basically have to do is isolate the motor from the split chassis, or no, you leave the motor intact, but you have to isolate the trucks from the chassis because the wires are going to go into your decoder, and the chassis itself could act as the contact between the motor wires on a decoder and the motor itself, which is a brilliant. I don't know why I didn't think of it. It's a good idea. So I thought about doing that. Some of them are quite capable of doing that too. Others can be more of a pain in the ass. I would have to really look into who's got what and what brand would be easier to do that to. I've seen DC locos where the chassis is all the way up to the top of the plastic shell. You'd have to grind or cut away some of the chassis to be able to get a decoder in there. That to me is not worth the aggravation, you know. But fortunately, I have enough locos that are already DCC that it's not really an issue. Now, when I buy the P42, is it P42? I think it is. I'm going to get a Kato or Kato, however you want to pronounce it, and I'm going to get the DC model. Because I looked into it, and the DC model can be easily converted to DCC with sound. There's literally nothing to do. It's already set up for it. It's not considered DCC ready, but it is set up for it. So basically they took one shell and chassis design and utilized it for both DC and DCC. So I look at it, so well, this is a piece of cake. You get the decoder, you get the speaker, pop it right in there. You're going to wire it in, of course. But you're good to go. So I could save a bunch of money because I can get that loco in DC for around 130 bucks, give or take, depending where I go, brand new. Now the DCC version is $350 and up. A decoder's only 100 bucks or so. Speakers are real cheap. I probably got a couple laying around here anyway. So it'd be cheaper for me to put the DCC and sound in there than to buy one already made. And I'd rather use the Tsunami 2 anyway, because I believe the one that it uses is, I think one has Econami, which those suck. And one uses another brand that's not that great either. I'd rather eventually convert everything over to Tsunami 2s. And I will eventually. So we'll see how that goes. But let's see. Ray says, ever since Hornby tried to release the Titfield Thunderbolt train pack without a license from the copyright. Oh, that was a mistake, wasn't it? Yeah, they should know better, you know. I mean, how companies do that shit all the time, and they always get busted for it, you know. If you're going to steal somebody's patent, better be prepared to pay something for it. And have some legal permission. But, like I said, and it's true, though, that DCC, the locos are getting ridiculously expensive. Well, even a DCC controller are getting kind of expensive. There's still sales on. Like, well, I don't have it here, but my cab controller, I could still get them for 200 bucks. I paid 130 for that one last year. It was on sale, so I bought it because I just liked the way it looked, you know, bigger knobs on it and shit. I use Digitrax. It was a DT 609 or something like that, 604, I don't remember. I don't have it close to me, so. But I'm going to get another one because I want to have one out here and one inside the aisle. And right now I've only got one, so getting a second one. So if I can get one, I can still get them for $199.99, 200 bucks. To me, that's not a problem. I could also buy another main control piece there. I don't know what you call it. They're not that expensive. They're under 400 bucks. And I would consider even buying a used one, which I can get for a little over 100. You know, they don't really go bad. Now, there ain't much to them. But if I wanted to use one as a booster, say, I would go buy a used one rather than go buy a brand new one. You know, and they're 5 amp. So I've got a 5 amp thing down there now, so that'll give me a little more power to run more locos. Let's see. Thomas says, I uploaded a short on my 1870s narrow gauge railroad. Oh, cool. I'll have to look for that. Raven says, Rapido Trains UK already had the license agreement when they announced the Titfield Thunder. Oh, really? Rapido's been in the news a lot lately, I noticed. And maybe this is what you're talking about, but I see they have a new line of trains. Last I heard, we're up for sale, so I don't know. I can't afford Rapido equipment. You know, once again, it's kind of out of my price range. Good stuff, though. I had some Rapido. Do I still have them? No, I sold them. I had Rapido passenger cars, and they were pretty good cars. The only thing weird about them was the couplers, because they extended them, and the coupler itself was like 2 inches long, and the way they hooked it to the chassis was really bizarre. But they still work, you know. But at the time, it was difficult to find replacement couplers for them because they were special. But I bought those cars used, and they served me well. John says, I'll check it out, Thomas. Okay. Thomas says it's the oldest railroad spike in Colorado. That's pretty damn old. John says, copyright infringement killed K-Line. I don't doubt that. Like I said, you know, and I don't know why they take chances. I mean, I wouldn't do that, you know. If I wanted to produce something, if I was going to copy somebody else's patented product or licensed product, I'm damn well going to get some written contract that gives me permission to do so. Because otherwise, you're going to wind up getting sued, you know. And yet these companies still think, oh, we can get away with it. They won't notice. Bullshit. Yeah. John says it's on my bucket list, Thomas. Oh, the ride to Durango and Silverton narrow gauge. Yeah, that's a little out of my range, so that ain't gonna happen, but it'd have been fun to do, though. John says Lionel sued them for $2 million. Yep. So, you know, they're going to do it because why not, you know? I mean, well, there's a bar in Naples called Spanky's Bar and Grill, which in itself wouldn't have been a problem, but they had Spanky from our gang. Remember that them guys, the kids? They had a likeness of Spanky on the sign. Somebody found out about it and sued the shit out of them. They were allowed to keep the sign, but they had to literally buy rights to it. I don't know how many millions of dollars they spent to get the rights for it, because, you know, they got them for, because that bar was there for like 20 years, you know, using that likeness of Spanky. You know, and the guy probably, well, who's going to care? It's just a little bar in Naples, you know. And really, you would think, yeah, what the hell, you know. But all it takes is one asshole and you're sued. So, you know, it's just one of those things, I guess. That's something I never worried about, because generally, if, you know, let's say you can beat out a patent by changing 10% of its design. And that's not hard to do. And that's why I never got anything patented. I came up with some great designs for things that people ultimately, you know, figured out on their own. I should have patented them, but you could spend thousands of dollars for a patent, and then somebody changes 10% of it, would change shit. And guess what? Your patent goes out the window, and so does all the money you spent. That's why I never got anything patented. If you can get away with copywriting something, that makes more sense. But I think copyright pretends more to like movies and written items and shit like that. But that's safe. If you copyright a book, for example, a story, if they copy it in any way, shape, or form, you could sue the shit out of them for copyright infringement. You know, which is pretty much what happened with Spanky's Bar and Grill. It was a copyright infringement, you know. They had copyrighted Spanky's likeness and everybody in our gang. So anybody that tried to use it would get sued, you know. Same thing if you used a cartoon character like Snoopy, for example. If you had a bar or restaurant called Snoopy's and had a picture of Snoopy, the one that Schultz had, his estate could sue you over it because that's a copyrighted piece of art. You know, I think it's silly in a way, but it's the way it works. So, I don't know. I think ultimately what's going to happen is if things don't correct itself economically. Now I know like MTH, they basically sold out. They sold some of the molds and castings or whatever to Scale Trains. I think they sold some to Bachman, I think. I don't remember. But they literally split everything up and they were selling off the company. So they're pretty much gone now. You know, the company is. I think ultimately you might see the same problem with BLI. You know, I wouldn't be surprised. There's no mention of it yet, but once again, and the problem with MTH was simple. MTH reminds me of Apple. Remember the original Apple computers? Apple Mac or whatever they were called? They were prior, what do they call them? Can't think of a fucking word now. Nothing worked on their machines except the stuff they made. I don't care what it was. You couldn't put a floppy drive in there because it wouldn't work with their system. Everything you had to buy had to be Apple or Macintosh. And they almost buried them because they thought that they were going to overcome IBM with their software, and they couldn't do it. And you couldn't use IBM software on a Macintosh or an Apple. Now you can, to some degree. But back then that was not going to happen. And it almost buried it. Proprietary, that was the word I'm thinking of. Anybody that does anything with proprietary tech in it is going to eventually collapse. You know. And I think that's why I think BLI is going to do it, because they're doing the same thing. They've got their own decoder. It's very proprietary, everything they do. And it doesn't always mesh with other things. Now, it's DCC friendly, but it's also, I think when they use MTH is the same thing. DCS was actually the preferred tech to run with their DCC machines, which is slightly different. It does more than regular DCC. The problem is how many people have DCS systems. You know, it's still fairly new on the market and not popular. It's kind of like the Apple, Mac, and IBM clones. So I think anybody that's doing stuff like this is ultimately going to collapse. Now Bachman, I think they were on the verge of collapsing, and then they came up with the better stuff they have. They have two versions of Bach. You know, they got the cheap crap, and then they got the really good stuff. Atlas did the same thing. You know, they got the cheaper stuff, and then they got the quality. It's like Scale Trains. You know, Scale Trains has the rivet counter, which is the good stuff, and then they have the other one, which I can't remember the name of half the time. It's a little cheaper, but doesn't have the full functionality or, you know, the detail that the rivet counter does. And I think that, you know, if they did that, because that was the only way for them to survive. And jack the price up, of course, you know. I mean, I could be wrong on all this stuff, but I do believe that I'm correct. Let's see. MSN, yeah. Hey, Frank, Steeler Fan 820. How you doing, Frank? Long time no see, man. Jim, you're missing the DN show. How could you? Very easily. I ain't missing much, man. It's a clusterfuck. You know it, and I know it. You know. Microsoft Network, yeah, they're getting to be, yeah. And they're officially killing Windows 10. Now, my machines won't run Windows 11. I would have to change my motherboards and the CPU, as a matter of fact, in the main computer, because it's not compatible. Even though it's a Ryzen 8-core, extremely fast, very expensive CPU, Windows 11 doesn't support it, and it will not run with it. Well, fuck you. I'm not changing it. It's a good chip, and I'll just I'll keep running 10. I don't care. You know, there's nothing really on my machine that I'm worried about. I back up all the important stuff, and if I get hacked, a big deal. Won't be the first time. You know, I laugh at people. I just recently I got an email from some clown, ass clown actually, telling me that I had 72 hours to give him $5,000, or he was going to hack my machine and get me busted for child porn. Go ahead and try, asshole. I'll hunt you down. I'll find you. Now, the $5,000 won't do you much good. You ain't getting shit, and you can't hack shit. I've got protection on my machine. I'm not worried about it. And it's not that, but I'll save this email, so if I do happen to get, raided by the cops or whatever, you're screwed. I may not be able to find you, but I'm sure they can. That was the end of that. I mean, it's bullshit, man. It just pisses me off. Thomas, you gotta quit begging for locos. Nobody's gonna give you one. They're just too damn expensive to give away, man. Now, I know some guys that would practically give away a DC loco because, like you said, they're not worth much. Matter of fact, you can go on eBay, and there's some DC locos I've seen as low as $10, and they still run supposedly, but they're DC, so are they worth converting? Maybe, maybe not. And like I said, it really depends. I mean, it's all personal, personal preference. But how many locos does anybody need? I've got what, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've got like 12 or 13 locos. They're never going to run simultaneously. It's not going to happen. Do I need any more other than the P42? No. Because that one's going to run the passenger line back and forth. But, it's cool to say you got them, You could put them on a shelf somewhere, show them off, but, would I be willing to blow $300 for a loco that sits on a shelf? Not likely. If you got the money and you don't care, go for it, But for most of us, we just can't afford that shit, man. Frank says, I just got notified my Windows 11 version. Oh, yeah, if you got the old version, because they just updated it. And yes, the old version is no longer supported. Isn't that a kick in the ass? Right? And they're already working on 12. They said 12 might come out next year. So why in the hell would you screw on 11? It's going to suck anyway, probably. I mean, I don't know. Tom Grassi has it. He likes it. That's cool. And maybe it's a decent program, but me, I don't know. Odd numbers they don't work well for me, That's why I like 10. 10 worked good, because it was an even number. And I think 12 is going to work better because it's an even number. Now, hopefully, and they're probably going to do this, because I'll tell you what I think is going to happen. Nobody, because basically 11 is forcing you into buying a new computer, a compatible one. That's fine if you got tons of money to throw away. Now, I build my own computers. I'll spend $1,000 on a computer that's worth $5,000. If I can't afford to buy a $5,000 computer, it's not going to happen. But I build them myself. I custom utilize whatever parts that I really want and need. Both of these machines are not that old. The one in the house is I think it's a little over 3 years. Almost 4 years old. This one here is less. This one's as old as the shed is. It was about 3 years. Maybe a little over. Why would I shit can a perfectly good computer? Just because Microsoft says, you got to get our new software. Fuck you. Not doing it, Now, 12 comes out, and that's why I said this is what's going to happen. They're going to find out that, especially in today's economy, now Trump may change that, but we'll have to wait and see on that if he wins. If the economy doesn't really get better, computer sales are going to go really bad. They're going to go downhill, you know. And there's already a couple of companies that are talking bankruptcy. You know, none of the major ones, but some of the smaller computer manufacturers saying, we can't sell our machines. You know, they don't want to pay big money for it. Well, duh. So, if nobody's going to buy new machines, Windows 12 is going to have to work with our older machines. Because if they think they're gonna lock us down and say, well, you're gonna force you to get 12, but you got to buy a new computer to do it, we're gonna say, right here, buddy, you know, not doing it, can't afford it, fuck you. And that's what I think is going to happen. I hope I'm correct, and I hope 12, because what they're doing makes no sense, you know. And they're trying to bring AI into this shit. I don't like, and I don't need AI. You know, if people want it, that's fine. It should be optional for those who want it. Now, AI, I believe, is built into 11. It's going to be really built into 12, supposedly. It just doesn't make sense to me, you know. Thomas is 8 there in locomotives. Yeah, most of them are, I believe. Not the older stuff, though. You know. Prior to DCC, nothing's going to be DCC ready. Ah, the smell of ozone from DC, fondness of child. You know, I know that smell too. You know, or maybe it was the smoke. It was one of the two. Because I had an old lino set when I was a kid that my dad would put around a tree every Christmas and had smoke, you know, and used to sit in that thing and just taking that aroma of the smoke and the ozone. I mean, those things, you know. And I found out later on that you could use the transformers as a mini welder, which I thought was really totally cool, you know. Uh, so, but, you know, like I said, I don't know. A lot depends on what happens in the near future with the economy, with our ability to make money and spend money. Right now, it's not looking good, you know. I think more people worried about putting food on the table than they are playing with their trains, you know, or any other hobby for that matter. I'm spending $300 a month on food just for me, you know. My wife spends at least $200 on her food, you know. We eat differently a little bit, so we generally don't eat the same stuff. And I'm a real simple eater. I mean, I'm a meat and potatoes guy, you know. So I buy my hamburgers and veal cutlets and hot dogs from Omaha Steaks. I spend about $150 a month with them. And then things like bread and soda and butter and some of the other things that we actually do share. But I spend another $150 for that stuff. So $300 right off the bat, you know. And then you walk in the grocery store, you drop down $100 bill, you walk out with a bag, you know. And you ain't bringing out filet mignon with it either. You know, it's ridiculous. I mean, a bag of fries, I think it's a 5-pound bag, crinkle fries, they're $8. I remember when they used to be $2. Wasn't that long ago. Everything's getting crazy expensive, so it's going to affect everything down the road, including our hobbies, you know. Steve says, so you want a funny company finally started to switching to MS-11. Only problem is none of the engineering can use it because it does not interface with our CAD. And oh geez, that is funny. You know, you're right, and that's another problem. A lot of our software doesn't work. It's not compatible with Windows 11. How stupid can you be? I mean, do they got fucking Gen Xers doing this operating system or what? I mean, these guys are idiots. I mean, if you're making a new OS, it should be compatible with everything prior to it. That would be the ultimate OS. You know, you switch over to it and everything you had or ever had will work with this new OS. I mean, is that too easy or what? I don't get it, you know. I think well, first off, I think Windows 11 is probably largely spyware. 10 was. I got a pirated version of 10. They pulled all the spyware out of it. It's half the size of the actually factory 10. Works great. It's fast. And no spyware. You know. And it's about half the size in, in bytes. But 11, I understand, is extremely huge. And it may even be a little bit slower than 10. I don't know. That may, of course, depend on your machine. But, like I said, they're up to something, And once again, if it ain't broke, why do you need to fix it, And it seems like idiot Gates probably hooked up with all the computer manufacturers and said, look, we're going to put out a new OS. We're going to call it Windows 11. And we're going to make it so only your new machines will be compatible with it. We'll all win. What do you think? And I'm sure they'll go, yeah, high five for that, Until they found out the reality is most people can't afford a new machine because, one, they're expensive, And, of course, there are problems with Windows 11. If you have software that's running on 10 and it won't work on 11, now you got to buy new software. There's more money out the door. For a company, that could cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, depending upon, what kind of software they're using. It doesn't even make sense. And I've said for years, and I stand behind it, that all these hacking going on with Windows was probably done by Microsoft. Gates himself was probably writing the codes for it to get you to buy protection, It's kind of like a protection racket. Remember when the mafia used to walk into your place of business and say, you need to get some insurance from us, otherwise, you may have problems. You don't have any problems now. Oh, but you will unless you pay us insurance money. And if you didn't pay, they came the next day and destroyed your store. That sound a lot like what Gates is doing? Here, this is a great program you got, but you better get some insurance for it. Otherwise, something could happen. And you're going, yeah, right here. Next thing you know, your machine gets hacked. And maybe your data's lost forever or corrupted to a point you can't, recover it. That's basically an insurance scam. It's what the mafia used to do. And it was illegal for them to do it. How come it's legal for Gates to do it? And that's exactly what he's doing. And Steve says, oh yeah, well, now we all have issues communicating with that stupid Team Center crap. I'll bet. I don't doubt that for a minute. Well, exactly, John. That's what I said earlier. They just, we got to go buy a new computer. No problem. Yeah, it costs $5,000, but hey, we can afford it, Well, we can't afford it, And the average homeowner probably just surfs the net with it, maybe keeps track of their banking or whatever. Something they could probably do on their phone if they wanted to, which I'm not a big fan of phones either, but you get the point. So why would you drop a dime, well, lots of dimes, on a new system just because Bill Gates told you have to? I tell you, I wish somebody would just take him out and be done with it, Gates is not in charge of Microsoft any longer. It's been years since he has been. Well, he still has stock in it, though. He does have some control. He's not in charge. But you can bet your ass that he's still got something to do with it, I don't trust Gates. I don't like Gates. I think he should be executed for treason, crimes against humanity, genocide, mass murder. Can I go on? He's guilty of many things, He murdered millions of people in Africa with his injections, given these so-called vaccines, and most of those kids died from it. And no biggie, you know. And he might even be behind the COVID, you know. We don't know. But I don't trust him. I mean, yeah, he doesn't own Microsoft anymore. But I still think he has controlling interest in it. Put it this way, he's making money off of it. Yeah. They didn't just push him out, so I don't think he would let that happen. But either way, it's still bullshit, you know. Whether he owns it or not, or whether he's in control or not, doesn't matter. The fact remains that they're trying to force an OS on us that we really don't want or need. 10 works great. I have no problems with 10, you know. Now, not everybody may agree with that. That's fine. And it may not work great for some people. I don't know. For me, it works just fine, especially once you clean it up and get all the spyware out of it. But, you know, I think 12 is going to be different. I think they'll have learned a hard lesson. And I think 12 is actually the backup in case 11 fails. And because they're putting it out maybe in late 25. That's next year. You know, why would you still be working on 12 and ready to release it when 11's not even popular yet? Maybe they kind of had an idea that, you know, 11 may not go over too well. Hard telling. I don't know. I don't particularly care for that. I just get pissed off because I've always been a creature of comfort. Or I think that may not be the right term, but I don't like change. If something works, don't fuck with it. Don't fix it. It's good. Leave it alone. You know. And unfortunately, all these companies are always trying to find ways to fix something that isn't broken. You know. Did you guys hear that 750 million, or 750,000 BMWs have just been recalled because there's a fire hazard in them. And they're not EVs, these are gas cars, but they have a fire hazard of being recalled. Over 1 million Ford and Chrysler trucks are also being recalled for the same thing. Now, I don't know about you, but that seems awful suspicious to me. And I don't think they're recalling because there's something wrong with them. I think they're recalling because they want to put something in them. You know? Now, they already know that the 25s are going to be capable of spying on the occupants of the vehicle. Ford's actually got a patent now that will let it report other cars speeding to the local police. That's some great tech, and I'm sure they're getting some big bucks for it. Oh, kickbacks, you know. Yeah, we'll grease your hands, you grease ours. So what if it's a simple fix to put it in all the newer cars that don't have it yet? But the people are probably going to stop buying the 25s just because of it. I mean, I wouldn't own a car that spies on me or reports to my insurance company how I drive. And that's what they're talking about. So if I say I have a 22 or a 23 or even a 24, it doesn't have that tech in it yet. But all of a sudden, these car brands, these car years are getting recalled for a fire hazard. So they can install that equipment in there without your knowledge. Sure, they do it in a heartbeat because they can't be trusted. And like I think the same thing goes with Microsoft too. What's an 11 that isn't in 10? You know, there's something, I guarantee it. They're not taking anything out of 11 that 10 already has. You know, they're not simplifying the OS in any way, shape, or form. They are adding the IA into it, or AI rather. But is that AI going to really come back and bite you in the ass? It could. You don't know. You know. And if everybody has a computer in their home and it spies on you even when you're not using it, that's like having a camera in your house that's monitoring you 24/7. I don't want that. I'm pretty sure most of you guys don't either. You know. Am I paranoid? Maybe. Am I right? Also maybe. Who knows? Like I said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Was it the Ford Focus? Matter of fact, my old friend down in Naples, she bought one. It's a 23. Bought it brand new. It's been brought back to the shop 7 times already for transmission problems. They've had to replace the transmission twice. They've had to repair it the other 5 times. They use the new transmission in. I think they're using 10-speed automatics now. They don't really there's no advantage to it, not really. It's like a $10,000 transmission if you had to buy one. No. That's why the cars cost 40 grand. Their 5-speed transmissions work just fine. I got one on my car. It's an 04. Still going strong. It wasn't broken. Why did they fix it? This is just stupidity. If you get something that works, leave it the hell alone and move on. Like I said, and of course, the object is to raise the price, of course. What makes a 10-speed transmission cost $10,000 and a 5-speed transmission costs $3,000? I mean, they're basically the same components in it, maybe a few more components, those extra gears. But there's really not much difference between them. They're still mass produced. In reality, they were probably only worth $500 anyway, But they have to justify the price of the car. Saying, well, we got a new 10-speed automatic transmission. Yeah, we had to raise the price of the car, another $10,000. Well, you keep it. I can't afford to buy it. Put the 5-speed back in it, knock 10 grand off it, we'll talk. Is it me or is it, or what? I don't know, Am I behind here again? I think something happened. Maybe. No. I'm caught up. Okay. I wasn't sure that. You guys aren't talking that much. What happened? Or am I talking too much? So anyway, that's my opinion on all of it. Screw it. I'm right or wrong, I don't care. It's my opinion either way. You guys ever heard my train? This is a doorbell, believe it or not. My handyman gave it to me a couple years ago. He took it out of a guy's house that he bought. Apparently the guy who owned the house was a train fanatic. And this was an actual doorbell. Kind of cool, really. He called me up. He says, I got the greatest thing you're ever going to see. I said, what is it? He says, it's a train engine horn. That's a doorbell. I'm thinking, what the fuck, And it looks old. I mean, it's there's no tubes in it, but there could be. I mean, it's how old it is, It's like probably right after they used vacuum tubes. So this thing is ancient. The only thing I got to do is figure out how to power it. And I've got a wall wart and a button over here on my bench. I got it mounted right beside the TV. It's a big box, But it's pretty cool either way. The things you would never think are out there, and yet there they are. I was thinking something more modern, a small little box. I had a doorbell back in Naples that had something like 150 different tunes on it. And you could click through to figure out which one you want, everything from the simple ding dong to Christmas songs to weird shit, That thing cost me like $10 to buy, But it was tiny. Like a little transistor radio for you guys that remember those. This thing, like I said, it's almost like 12 inches by 12 inches by maybe 5 inches deep. Solid wood. Got a wood back on it that you unscrew to get to the board. And the board's more of a chassis. A metal chassis with capacitors and resistors and lots of wires. And the speakers, I think that's a 5-inch woofer on there. Mid-range probably. Hell of a thing. Let's see, it's after 10 o'clock. Should we go till 10:30? What say you? Yes, we will, or no, I'll shut it down right now. It's up to you. Nothing? Come on, guys. What, are you sleeping over there? There we go. Still here, okay. I think that is that a yes or a no? Can we run till 10:30? That gives us 20 minutes. I got thumbs up. There we go. That's good. That works. So, what else you guys want to talk about? Name the topic. We'll dive in. I don't even know what half them emojis mean. It's your stream. That's true. It is. Let's see. What else can we talk about? I know I got to get printing again pretty soon. I haven't used any of the printers in a couple of days. Mostly what I've been doing here is more carpenter level stuff. I thought that the fiberboard looks pretty good. Like I said, I built it out to cover it because it was kind of an eyesore behind there. And it looks so much nicer now the way it is. At some point I'll get fiberboard for the top once I get the foam in and stuff. And I'm going to make it curve around the back. I'll put some angled pieces of wood in there and have it curve instead of a sharp turn, which will actually be beneficial because on my track plan, and even though this is not a good representation, this upper line here is the curve of the track. So these boards are not scaled right, but if I put a board in the corner here and wrap the fiberboard around it, I'll have and I'll do the foam, it'll curve around, and I could bring my track closer to the edge, because I need to have it close to the edge anyway, because otherwise I really won't be able to reach it. So, John says, I missed your layout progress report. Oh, yeah, I guess you did. Raymond says, other hobbies aside from model railroading. Tom says, I ran my subway trains today, had problem on inside track. On a corner, it came apart at the joiners. Had to take off the side to get the track. Oh, that sucks. But I'm sure you made allowances for that, right? I'd imagine. Also had the inside track a little too close to the sides on the corner, and the train hit the electrical conduit, so I had to fix that too. Now it's good. Well, that's cool. John wants to know how your helix is doing, Tom. That's one hell of a helix too, by the way. Steve says, other hobbies. If you're a model railroader, you can't afford other hobbies. Boy, that's the truth. Unless your hobby is hanging out at an exit with a sign and a cup. Oh, you called that one right on the money, didn't you? That's sadly true. I can't afford any hobbies. I mean, this really is my hobby, My hobby actually used to be building cars and building engines and stuff. That was my thing, And I can't afford to do that anymore. Actually, you want to build an engine for your car, a race motor, that makes this look like, paper mache. It's just, you could spend $100,000 on an engine without even trying. You want to pump out, 7 or 8, 900 horse on it. Back in the day, well, you couldn't get that kind of horsepower, but you could build a 500 horsepower motor for around, less than $2,000, The parts were inexpensive, and if you knew what you were doing, you could save money here and there. Today, like I said, it's $100,000 to build a motor like that. So I had to drop out of that hobby and say, well, that's not going to happen anymore. And I picked this hobby instead. It's still expensive, but it's sort of affordable. Tom says one hobby's enough for me. Yeah, well, this is a full-time thing, if it weren't a hobby, it would almost be like a job, you know. My wife always says, hey, like you're out there working. I go, well, I kind of am, just not getting paid for it, you know. But, you know, but it's fun. I enjoy it. It gives me something to do. It keeps me from, you know, rotting away into nothingness. John says, I have too much layout work that needs to be done before I can get another hobby. Well, yeah, and really, Steve is right on the money with that. If model railroading is your hobby, that should be your only hobby, unless you've got lots of money, you know, and time too, because you know it takes a lot of time to build a layout, you know, and you never really finish it, and you know it really is a lifelong, you know, project. Steve says, "Hey Thomas, have you started printed all the National Guardsmen for your subway?" That's a good one, Steve. I like that one, but I don't think it's subways in New York City or Chicago for that matter. Now, if they were in either place or representative such, yeah, you would need a few hundred National Guardsmen for that. Tacos, not yet. Would need to find an STL file. I actually saw something. Well, they were soldiers. I didn't save them because I had no use for them, but they're available on the net, you know, on the web. I think CG Trader had them, and I think Yegi's got them too. But you do have to buy them, but they're not real expensive. So yeah, they're out there, rifle and all. Yeah, they had one holding the rifle, and then they had one with the rifle slung over their shoulder. Which really, for the National Guard, you're more likely have them with a rifle slung over their shoulder, you know, because they're not really shooting anybody. And I heard anyway, the truth is that all the National Guardsmen, their guns are empty. I don't think the criminals know that. Maybe they do. But the National Guard's not really allowed to shoot anybody. They're just there to, you know, kind of, what they call intimidate you, you know, which that may work for some, but not for all. But that's funny though, Steve. I like that one. Yeah, Subway wouldn't be complete without National Guard guarding it, right? That's bad. I would have liked to had a Subway, and I could still actually make one underneath the second level. I'm not going to do it, but it would almost be fun to do. And I would do it just like Tom did, where I'd have a see-through tunnel. And I think, well, Steve's going to go ahead and put, I think, or Tom rather. Tom, I think he said he was going to put cameras in some of them so you could actually see the train inside, which is also a neat idea. You know, he's already got lighting in there and cooling fans, you know, because a real subway has cooling fans. So Tom's a real stickler for, you know, making stuff look real. So it's going to be really cool when he's done with it. John says they preserve the peace. Yeah, well, sort of. Like I said, if I were going to be if you're going to make me a soldier of anything, and you're going to give me a gun, a damn well better come with bullets, and a lot of them. And I'm going to use my own judgment as whether I should shoot or not. You know, if I feel my life is being threatened, I'm going to use it. You know, like I said, you got these idiots that are fighting the cops because the cops aren't allowed to shoot anybody. They got rioting going on in Chicago right now with the pro-Palestinian people. They got like a gazillion cops out there. You know, they have guns. I don't think they're loaded probably. I mean, they're using billy clubs mostly and shields. But they're really not allowed to do anything. They're just crowd control, sort of. But there's 100,000 supposedly pro-Palestinian protesters out there. Do you really think unarmed cops are going to be able to stop them if they decide to go ape shit? I don't think so. The cops are going to get slaughtered, you know. That's what I'm saying. I'd refuse to go. It's like, look, either I go on my terms or I don't go at all. I had a friend that served in the Gulf War. He was a Marine. The first Gulf War, when we went up against Saddam Hussein's troops, the ones that were terrified of Americans. He told me that when they left the boat to hit the beachhead, they had empty guns. They had no ammunition. They weren't allowed to have it. And he said he was scared at first because he said, if these guys decide to shoot at us, we're screwed. We can't defend ourselves. The funny thing was, is as soon as they hit the beach, the Saddam Hussein soldiers would throw their guns on the ground and surrender because they were terrified of American soldiers. If they had known the truth, it would have been a bloodbath on our part, on their part, And I can't remember his name now. It was Wayne's brother. What the hell was his name? I can't remember. I said, there's no way I'd have got off that fucking boat without ammo. I said, load me up, everything I can carry, then I'll get off the boat. At least I'll have a fighting chance. Now, the soldiers didn't know that Hussein's army would, surrender. They weren't told that. They were, well, we're going to, because it wasn't considered a war anyway. It was a peacekeeping force. Sounds like National Guard, doesn't it? But that's what it was. Oh, Eric, that's what his name is. I said, Eric, there's no way I'd have done it, man. I said, you guys are nuts. He said, we didn't have a choice. If you didn't get off the boat, you'd be court-martialed for, whatever they call that. Running away or whatever. I go, it doesn't matter. I'd still take at least you'd be alive. You might do 5 years in the brig, but you'll be alive, And I said, but if everybody did it, they can't lock everybody up, And I said, you guys, I'm sorry, but, I like you and all, but were you fucking stupid or what? To get off the boat with an empty weapon against armed soldiers that may have wanted to kill you was suicide, You just got lucky that they were more terrified of you than they were, their leader. That shocked the shit out of me when he told me that. He says, and even then when they went out on missions, some of them might got 30 rounds for their mag, and they had to count for every bullet. If you came back and a bullet was missing, you'd get court-martialed if you couldn't explain what happened to that bullet. Because the whole thing was bullshit anyway. It was a circus sideshow is what it was. We had no intention of killing anybody over there. I mean, other than Saddam Hussein himself, but, And there was more American soldiers died in Iraq from friendly fire than they did from the enemy. Absolute fact. Check it out. John says, Heath has a cool subway. He has a subway? That's cool. I got to start watching him again. He has subway graffiti, too. Oh, you got to have the subway graffiti. That's true. I didn't know he had a subway. That's pretty cool. But yeah, you really need one, Tom says, John, I saw that. I will have hobos graffiti on the wall inside the subway after I get them printed. There you go. So damn insane. I didn't like the guy. I mean, I don't care, but the reason he was killed, because, and if you remember following the news, he created Sodom dollars. He had his own money. He broke away from the Federal Reserve. That's why we had to kill him. He was actually a friend of the United States before he did that. And when he broke away from the Federal Reserve and stopped using the American dollar, we had to take him out. Absolute fact. Check it out. They're going to do anything. They didn't bring kids, and they left their rocks at home. That's true. Johnson sounds cool, Thomas. That's true. Rockets left the rockets at home. Yeah, that's true. As I said, the whole thing was a big fucking joke. I think it was a show of force against Hussein. They wanted him to basically give up and get back in on the program, and he just said, fuck you, I'm doing my own thing, And they killed him, Mickey says if you have a problem with something, just put cheese and bacon on it and everything will be okay. Good point. John says that's what Wendy's does, trade man. That's right. They got the bacon burger, don't they? Bacon cheeseburger. I had one of those once. They're actually very good. I like bacon anyway. I'm really not supposed to eat it, but you know, fuck these doctors. I start eating bacon in the morning. It's actually helped with my diabetes. Now, I should go on that actual diet where you eat bacon, butter, beef, and eggs, and I take ice cream. They call it, they got a name for it. I can't think of the name now, but it's straight protein. You know, you're not allowed to eat any carbs, no bread, no pasta, no vegetables, just straight up protein. And the BB diet, or Bevy diet, bacon, eggs, beef, and ice cream, I think it is, and eggs. So I'm kind of halfway there. I really need to do it all together because some of the guys, I think it was Dave BNSF, N-Scale, he said he did it and he cured his diabetes with it. I'm pretty sure it was him. So I'm going to do it, and I've heard from a few guys that it actually will cure your diabetes, but you have to do it religiously, I think, for a month or 2 months or something like that. It's kind of expensive. That's why I really haven't done it yet. But yeah, I do love bacon. Waycross Trade Spotter, Thomas, he says, I didn't know you're still on. I was watching you eating pizza at Pizza in... I eat 6 pizza, Hawaii pizza, and 1 What the fuck are you talking about? And 1 Oreo icing pizza. Damn. It's going a pizza extravaganza or what? Nikki says, I think we're all halfway there on that diet. Well, it's a good diet, really is, But I went to see my kidney doctor today because I've had kidney issues from the last heart attack I had. I mean, they pumped dye into me like 3 times to look at my arteries and stuff when I had the heart attack, and that dye damages your kidney. Once isn't too bad, but 3 times in a row, not good. Fortunately, my kidneys did come back up, not 100%, but I'm out of the bad one. In other words, I don't have to worry about a transplant because, when I first went to see, he says, well, your numbers aren't good. You're going to need transplant. This ain't happening. What do you mean? I said, I'm not doing it. If I die, I die. That's it. I'm not going to do a transplant because it's bullshit, There's rejection. There's all kinds of problems with it. It may fail anyway. Why go through all that aggravation expense and wind up dying anyway? I still put my faith in God. He'll fix it. And he kind of did, I went from stage 4 to barely a stage 3. So, wait, what was my point? I forgot my point now. But, so anyway, so he tells me, he says, well, he found I was talking about doing the BB diet, all protein. So you can't do that. Bad for your kidneys. So says who and why? I says, if you believe in caveman, which I really don't, but if you believe in them, they were literally carnivores. That's all they ate was meat, mostly. They kill a dinosaur or a tiger or whatever, and they ate the meat. Hell, it took them a while even before they started cooking it, They said, I'm not buying that. I says, your dog survives and thrives on protein diet. Why don't we? We're not much different than them in any real respect. So, like I said, anytime the doctor tells you something, you gotta overthink it a little bit. It's like, well, first off, if you're well, you're not going to see him. He's not going to make any money. He wants you to be at least a little bit sick to keep you coming back so he can make money. And I see him every 3 months. Now, Medicare picks up the tab. My copay's $10. But they want to pay him like $700 for me to go see him for 10 minutes. I'm sorry, but it's a fucking ripoff. Even my primary, same thing. My primary is acting as my diabetic doctor because We don't have one around here. I know most of it anyway, so basically I tell him what I need, and he writes me a script for it, because he doesn't really know, not his specialty. But I still have to see him every 3 months, and he checks my, my A1C levels and all that other crap. And, he told me, said, well, you shouldn't do this. Bullshit. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. It's working for me. It may not work for everybody. That's fine. But for me, it's working. And I'm going to use my own judgment. I don't care what you say. I mean, I was nice about it, but, I've had this problem with doctors from the very beginning after I had the stroke. We tell them, don't do this, don't do that. That's bad for you. That's bad for you. Do this instead. Well, fuck you. Why would I believe anything you say? I have the best word of advice I ever got a long time ago. A good friend of mine, he says, if you want to survive and thrive for the rest of your life, stay away from doctors and hospitals, if possible. And he was right. Same thing with the vet. Take your dog to the vet. Oh, we got to give him this shot and that shot. Half those shots don't work. You give your dog a rabies shot every year, you risk giving that dog cancer from the shots. The vets know it. They don't care because it's all about money. I'm sorry. I just don't trust them. John says, sounds delicious, Waycross. I had Harris Teeter Pizza for lunch today. Harris Teeter Pizza? What the fuck is that? Steve says, Waycross, how much beer did you have with that pizza? Mickey says, bad news is tonight was leftover night. Good news is yesterday was barbecued ribs night. There you go. Ain't nothing wrong with that. If I had teeth, I'd be eating ribs, but I lost all my teeth, unfortunately. Congenital dental problem, by the way. I didn't do crack or coke or any of that shit. That scares the hell out of me. No beer with pizza, sweet tea, 3 cups, and going. Oh, there you go. Probably not as good, but better for you, probably. I think the downfall of Pizza Hut was doing away with pitchers of beer. They don't do pitchers of beer anymore? Since when? I mean, I haven't been in a Pizza Hut probably 20 years. But I remember back in the day they did, because we'd go there for lunch, order a pitcher, 4 of us, suck down the pitcher, the 4 of us wouldn't have a pizza. That was good times, man. Yeah. I don't even think there's a Pizza Hut in Sebring anymore. There might be, I don't know. I don't remember seeing one, though. The problem with Pizza Hut was always, the pizza tastes like the box. No, that was Domino's, sorry. Now, Pizza Hut was expensive, that's why. Their pizzas were good, but they were really kind of pricey. When they were doing the personal pan pizzas, those were good, but I think they were $5 or $6, and the thing was like 5 inches around. You'd suck one down, it's like, yeah, I need 5 more of these, I don't know. I still get pizza. We got a pizza place across the street. Deb swears by them. They were getting $20 a pizza, and I'm thinking for a cheese pizza, which is crazy, So she bought one once, and I ate it, and I said, it's not really that good, Oh, this is great pizza. No, it's not. It's expensive pizza. It's not really that good. I'd rather go get a Caesar's pizza or even a Hungry Howard's, I thought that they tasted better. And at like a third the price, you couldn't go wrong. Well, lately we keep getting these coupons from this pizza joint. $20 coupon. Well, you can get a large cheese pizza for around $18. But it's free when they give you the $20 coupon. So the last 2 pizzas I bought from them, they actually didn't cost me anything. And they were actually pretty good. I think they got a new chef in there, a new pizza maker or whatever. Because these new pizzas are not bad at all. But for a while there, they kind of sucked, Since Pizza Hut has no more restaurants, yeah, I guess they don't. We still have a Red Lobster. Oh, they went belly up too. Red Lobster did. They're closing them. I think there's one here in Sebring, and I think it's either already closed or announced it's closing. You know, once again, the last time I ate at Red Lobster, my dad was still alive. And I took him, my oldest daughter, and my girlfriend at the time. The four of us went out. I bought them all dinner. You know, eat whatever you want. Cost me a fucking fortune, and the food wasn't even that good. You know, and the service was terrible. That was down in Naples, so I said, I'm done with these guys. You know, never went back. Um, I don't really do seafood. I ordered a steak, you know, but my girlfriend ordered a lobster. My daughter, she ordered the shrimp scampi, I think it is. I don't remember what my dad got. I think he got some sort of seafood. They liked it. I mean, my food wasn't bad, but the service was terrible, man, and it was ridiculous. I think I dropped like $80 that night for four of us. And I had a glass of beer, and I was the only one that drank beer. Everybody else had soda, you know? So it's like, screw that. Thomas said, Jim on a seafood diet, and one of my coworkers is diet cutting out carbs. No sweets, no fried foods, only eating soups and vegetables, no fruits before lunch, no grits. Sounds like he's a vegan. Now, my wife's on a seafood diet. She sees food, she's got to eat it. That's an old joke there, but my wife's doing pretty good. She's starting to get a little paunch, she says, but she looks good. I don't care what anybody says. She's not fat by any stretch, you know. And she'll be 65 in April. She's a little bit younger than me, but she's a good-looking woman for her age, so I ain't complaining. But she eats a lot of Mexican food. She's not Mexican. I think she's Irish, Irish and some other stuff, but Irish, Russian, or something, Ukrainian. But she likes the spicy food. I can't eat half of that shit, you know. I don't do tacos. I'm just not into Mexican food. Not into Chinese food either, you know. But that sounds like vegan food there, you know. But she's on the right track. The carbs, if you can eliminate the carbs, you need some, but very little. But the carbs may be what actually causes your diabetes, or it leads to it, you know. Of course, remember, most of the carbs are processed. If you eat real meat, you know, and don't fry it or anything, it's generally not processed. There's no crap in it. It's straight meat. That's good for you. Probably vegetables, the problem with that is vegans are always sickly because the vegan diet doesn't have all the proteins and vitamins and minerals that meat does. Because, you know, humans are omnivores. We eat everything, you know. Yeah, there you go, Tom. See, I know I was on it. I am on a seafood diet. I see it, I eat it. I could be if I'm not careful. You know, I've never been a connoisseur of fine foods, you know. I'm basically a meat and potatoes guy. You know, I'm simple. I don't eat a lot of weird fancy stuff because I just don't like it, you know. Give me a burger, a steak, any type of meat really, and I'm happy, you know. I like pasta. It's not the best thing to eat, but I like pasta, you know. I love French fries, tater tots, mashed potatoes, baked potatoes, boiled potatoes. I just love potatoes, you know. And potatoes are a vegetable, by the way, which most people don't know that, but it's true, they are. So, you know. And you know what? It's past 8:30 or 10:30. We're going on 11 o'clock. I better end this thing now. We'll be at it all damn night, right? Hey, you guys have been a lot of fun to talk to. We covered a lot of different subjects. We're mostly talked about trains, which is a good thing. Because that's like been a big thing for me. Because and some of you guys are going, hey, I didn't come here to talk politics. I came here to talk trains. I agree with you, you know. And I'd rather talk about trains anyway. Because you want to talk politics, you watch my Wise Guy videos. They're on Rumble, you know. Maybe one of these days I'll put up a link for it. I don't have it handy right now. But If you look up my name, Jim Tedesco, you'll find it easier than if you type in Wise Guy. Type in Wise Guy, there's like 1,000 other channels with that same name. I don't know why. You know, if you type my name in there, you'll find it. They're fun and interesting. They're controversial to some degree, but to my knowledge, they're very accurate. Some things that I'm not sure about, I will let you know in the video. That's my opinion to my opinion only. You know, I talk about different subjects too, a little bit of everything, really. Mostly current events, you know. I talk about, you know, the Democrats. I talk about Trump. Talk about the food shortages, the recalls. A little bit of biblical stuff I talk about that seems to be happening right now, you know. You cover it, I talk about it. So if you're bored one day and you want to get into something controversial, look it up. And give it a like, for Christ's sake, you know. Because I don't have a lot. I mean, I've probably got about a dozen people that are regulars. I don't have many followers at all. At least if I do, they're not giving me likes or anything. And I don't care, you know. It gives me a way to vent and give me something to do in between this. Anyway, guys, everybody have a great night. I'm glad you're all here with me to have fun, and we did. And have a safe weekend, and don't do anything I wouldn't do, which, you know, leaves you wide open. And we'll just go from there. And I'll see y'all next week. I'm going to put the outro on and say goodnight to everybody, and, well, we'll see you next time. Here's the outro. Here we go. Tom, give me about 20 minutes and give me a call. I'll shut everything down over here and get back in the house and pull yak about what you were talking about. Thanks, man.